both at the public comment and with a reminder when we get to topics that we anticipate a fair amount of public comment. But with that, I think we are ready to begin this meeting, and with a roll call. And I believe Ms. Polito is going to be doing the honors on that this evening for us.
Yes, I will. So I will start off with student trustee Southwick.
Here.
Trustee Stevenson.
Here.
Trustee Ginn.
Here.
Trustee Thompson.
Here.
Vice President Dubois.
Here.
President Sarver.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
Thank you. And that moves us along to the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any changes to recommend for the agenda? And otherwise, I'll accept a motion for their approval of it.
Assuming there are no changes, I move approval of the agenda.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Okay, report out on closed session. We took action on one item, and by a vote of 3 board members in favor, 2 against, the Board of Trustees approved the settlement agreement for case number 2020-2021-9 settlement agreement. And the board will return to closed session following the open session this evening. That brings us to agenda item 7, approval of the consent agenda. And as always, the board action is to approve the following items taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to have been considered in full and action taken as worded therein. If a member of this board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, any item shall be removed from this section and placed on the regular order of business. Are there any requests for removal? I do not see any hands up either among the board or the attendees. In that case, the motion would be to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve other items. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I heard Chris a little bit more clearly on that, so I'll word it there. And this is also a roll call item, Ms. Polito?
Yes, student trustee Southwick.
Yes.
Trustee Stevenson.
Yes.
Trustee Ginn.
Yes.
Trustee Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Dubois.
Yes.
President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. This brings us along to our favorite item on the agenda always, superintendent's recognitions. Please take it away.
I'd love to just have a board meeting full of recognitions, positive recognitions. So tonight, I am delighted to recognize some of our staff, and I believe some of our students from Redwood High School. And before I turn it over to Principal Ogden, I want to just read an email, some few experts from an email that I received from a parent. So I received this email from the parent, and to kind of summarize, she says, I feel the need to tell you about my experience and observations at Redwood. I wasn't an inspected guest observer, so it's safe to say that I had a front row seat to most of the things that happened during any time of the day. I got to witness how great the staff and administration was with the students. Not only do they know them by name, but in many cases, you could see and hear from their conversations that they knew their students on a more personal level. They actually had an open door policy for their students. Anytime a student had an issue with a schedule or they needed someone to speak to, there was an open door for that student to walk through and an adult for that student to talk to. There was never a day when I didn't hear anyone work there that didn't give advice or shy away from helping a student. When making the decision to have our son transfer to Redwood, it was an easy one to make. So I think that speaks such fabulous levels of what the staff is doing over there for our students that attend Redwood High School. So with that, I turn it over to Stephanie.
Thank you, Crystal. And good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving Burton and I the time to do this recognition tonight. It's a little different. So when the pandemic hit, we were really not sure how we were going to be able to do all the things that we do to make Redwood great. And one of these things is our student recognitions. And this is where students are acknowledged for their growth and success. And as you can imagine, sometimes this is the first time in a long while. They're really quite wonderful. They're certainly the highlights of our year. So, but to rather, I think to share what we're doing now is really more easily seen. So Danny Frazier, our tech teacher, pulled this little video together for you, and we can continue after this. So I hope you enjoy this.
When it came to like school, it was mostly you guys pushing and showing that you guys cared. Honestly, like no other school shows that they care about the students as much as you guys do.
I want to take this time to celebrate all your hard work that you put in U.S. history day in and day out.
A really valuable perspective in class when we're covering all different topics.
She completed everything so diligently. She asked such great questions. She participated so well. Such a conscientious student.
He's a really great kid and very ambitious and determined. And he has really put in a lot of effort.
I have watched him go from the quiet guy in the back to the guy who engages in class and even has extra energy to ask me when I can ship him some cupcakes. So I appreciate him trying to make me laugh. Thank you for that, Felix.
You are just a joy to have in class. You're funny, you're clever, and you're really good at figuring out what you need, advocating for yourself, and getting the work done.
There's always a few students who force their teachers to have extra assignments ready. You were definitely one of those students in our class this grading period. You were always super prepared, always on task during independent and class work. And I was impressed with how you were able to think critically and deeply about challenging questions.
She comes, first of all, just ready to learn, and she shows up very curious and excited about the potentials and the possibilities about what art is.
We were able to pull through all of our technical difficulties, do the work, produce wonderful things.
So incredible how much you have grown since I first met you at Redwood. I know that you're proud of yourself. I'm really proud of you too.
But what I did see is his determination, his willingness, his what we call grit, just rolling up the sleeves and doing whatever it took to get there.
He earned an A in my class because of his excellent attendance and completion of assignments. He has a super positive attitude.
And I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work.
This past school year has actually been pretty good for me. It was honestly kind of like a light switch. It's as soon as I got to Redwood, it's like a weight was just lifted off my shoulders.
So what you saw is our staff sends 3 to 5 students videos every 6 weeks directly to them and their parents. And they then get to show it to all their friends. So we couldn't do it in person, but the staff take the time to make this happen for our students, because we would never stop giving the accolades that they need and deserve. So Burton, would you like to add?
Yeah, we really want to acknowledge our amazing staff, and a ton of them are in the audience tonight. It's really difficult for us to express our endless gratitude for everything that they do for our school. We've spoken in a board meeting before about the pillar strength of Redwood, one of them being relationships. And it's how it's difficult to find a way to leverage that in our new paradigm of distance learning. We're just so grateful to have an entire school staff that takes responsibility for building those relationships and finding new ways of building those relationships and maintaining them. And some of the things that we try to work well, but the amazing thing about our staff is when things don't work well, they continually reflect and iterate to find best practices to really support our students. Their practice is exemplary, and we just really want to honor them for what they do.
If you are so inclined, I'm sure there's staff that would love to chat, but I don't know how they would. Oh.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If there are any members of the Redwood staff that would like to speak as well, please put your hands up and we'll get to you. And if not, we can have, oh, there are some attendees putting their hands up.
Sweet, do I get to go?
Yay.
Nice. Hey, huge shout out, Danny Frazier. What is up, Danny? Very impressive. Thank you for putting in that time and effort. Stephanie Burton, huge shout out to you all for your leadership. This has been a nutty year. Thank you so much for your leadership. Stephanie, we hope we're stuck with you for a while. Burton, we're gonna miss you and love you for everything you put in. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Frazier.
Unmute. Okay, I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Yes, it's been an honor and privilege to work with all the other Redwood staff this year. It has been absolutely crazy, and we truly have just risen to this challenge. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done. Gosh, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
And Nestor Menjivar.
No.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to say shout out to all the teachers at Redwood High School. Tremendous job getting our kids ready and graduating. Sometimes we can't really see all the work that goes into it, but when we do those awards, we see how the kids have come along. I want to thank the board too for always supporting us. Ms. Duval, who was coming by, Mr. Sarver, the same thing to you, and Kristen Thompson. We know there's a new one that also stopped by the office, so we really appreciate the support you get to our school. And shout out to staff and Brian too. We're gonna miss you, and we appreciate all the work you guys do for our students and our community.
Thank you. And Jessica Moss.
Hey, thank you all so much. And I really want to show my appreciation to Stephanie and Burton and to Crystal for really supporting us and the transformation that Redwood has started to undergo and is deep in. And I just see the school looking up, and I appreciate being there.
Thank you. Okay, let's switch over to board comments. Janice.
I just wanted to take this time just to honor Redwood. And actually, you know, when community reaches out to me, sometimes it's about fussing, and then there's other times when it's not. And I didn't get a fussy one this time who was talking about all the things that we could do better. Someone wanted to share exactly what was going well. And they talked a lot about the school, and I know I visited there, about how your model can be helpful for kids. And actually, I walked away thinking, how can this school be a help to some of our kids doing distance learning or recovering from the pandemic? And just your ability to serve our kids well, the kids who really want that site, need that site, or need a different way of thinking about education. For a community member to reach out to me is wonderful. And what this community member said, that these are the kids who end up going to college and doing well. So we met them where they were, didn't judge it, and provided the love and encouragement that they need. And I say love very strongly because some kids need to feel loved in education, and accepted where they are. So I wanted to verbally say that. I forgot to ask the person to come tonight to speak for themselves, but when I hear that, that warms my heart. So thank you.
Okay. All right. I don't see any others. So I'll go ahead and throw in a little bit of my 2 cents. And to the entire Redwood staff, I think the board has been called out as supporters, and the board, of course, has long been focused on and supportive of Redwood High School, but it's been a support that was fraught with concern and a lot of efforts that seemed almost doomed to failure in many ways for decades. And with the coming of the last bond, there was a new commitment to really remake the school physically in a way that showed the kind of deep respect and love and passion that the district as a whole felt for the students and the community of Redwood. But as we went through the process of encouraging that rebuilding and that transformation, it was always clear to the board that that transformation had to be not only accompanied, but truly led by a transformation of spirit and approach and intentionality of the school. And the leadership team and the staff we have in place at Redwood has succeeded so remarkably at doing that, at bringing to fruition the promise of what was invested in terms of physical plant and capability, to bringing life to the programs that we encouraged coming there and making a different opportunity, but much more to just completely transforming the spirit of what it means to be Redwood High School, what it means to be a student at Redwood High School, what it means to be a staff member at Redwood High School, and how it means a pathway for success, achievement, transformation for the better. A lot of what we've seen and heard you talk about this evening is the extraordinary challenges that a pandemic has thrown on top of all of this, and the resourceful, life difference making way in which the Redwood staff has responded to keep the students first and to keep that opportunity for a successful pathway in the front of everybody's mind and put success within the grasp of students who are looking for just that. The words we heard of the letter that the superintendent quoted earlier, and I have it in my list of correspondence as well, talks about what a great environment this is, what a destination within our district Redwood has become. We can't thank you and congratulate you enough for that. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you always for all of your support, everyone. Really, really appreciate it.
Indeed. Okay, let's move on and take some student trustee comments.
So thank you. Yeah, so it's definitely been an interesting week. It was great to hear some of the presentations about what returning to school would look like. And I know a lot of my friends and myself are very excited to finally have an opportunity to return to campus. And I just like to thank everyone for all the hard work that it undoubtedly took to make that a reality. And I look forward to the board hopefully approving the agreement to return back to school.
Thank you. Okay, let's have comments let's begin with Ask Me this evening in our attempt to go backwards and forwards.
Sure. Good evening. You want to keep the audience awake. I get it. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say that celebration is in the air for many, many reasons, right? We've got counties exiting the purple tier, staff are receiving their vaccines, and Sequoia has a plan to reopen. I just also want to say that on Friday, March 5th, AFSCME and the district had our first bargaining meeting, and that afternoon we discussed safe return to work, working conditions for classified staff, and on that same afternoon we reached a tentative agreement, and that was record-breaking for us. This has never been done, and so again, all in line with celebrating good things. Let's see. What else do I have planned? Oh, and I just wanted to share, as the reopening news spread quickly after our sister union SDTA reached their TA, and congratulations to them for that. The announcement caused confusion, ranging from classified employees asking, not AFSCME, but the sister union, what about us? Where do we fit in? How do we come back, right? Because in the communication, AFSCME was not mentioned. So the reopening led to some sites feeling compelled to move quickly and assign a hard start date for classified. Forgetting that they somehow forgot that we have employee rights to bargain. We had other sites direct deal with, on a whim by offering proposals that sound harmless, like exchanging one day for another. So I share this because these are honest things that are happening that if I don't share, no one else seems to know, and everything just seems rosy, right? And so there's always good and there's always things that can be better. So last month, we celebrated Black History Month, and as we move away from that month and we go into March, which is Women's History Month, I don't want us to leave February behind or in the rearview mirror. However, I'd like to ask that we all recommit to the foundation Dr. Martin Luther King laid, fighting for equality and fighting against white supremacy, which is everywhere all over our news. We can't hide from that. I do also, again, want to celebrate that our teachers each week in February highlighted prominent African Americans that contributed to our history. And so I felt that was very enriching, not just for staff, but for students, as we're moving towards the goal of equality. This month, our site is committed to do the same for Women's History Month. And so they've already had a highlight on women, celebrating them for their contributions. And then lastly, we had a very powerful site PD Day on working with the Equity and Diversity Committee. In that, I want to sum it up with one word, just powerful. Sharing experiences, learning about different cultures, that has so much impact, and it's allowing us a safe place to unpack and embrace and listen as a learner. So again, this whole mantra of moving in this space, which I call celebrate, is nothing short of that. So thank you, and we look forward to meeting with Jacqueline tomorrow at our LMC meeting. We haven't had one in a while. So yeah, a lot of good things to come. Thank you.
Thank you for that good news. And let's move on to comments from our SDTA representative.
Well, I want to congratulate AFSCME definitely on coming to an agreement, and the district. That is good news. In that spirit, I can report happily that the memorandum of understanding that SDTA reached with the district on February 24th was approved in our ratification election with 91% of the vote. So that was something that we were looking forward to. And now we can move forward. Our site reps at every site have been in near constant contact with their site administration, with questions, suggestions, ways that we can hopefully work together to make this transition as painless as possible for everyone involved. And as fruitful for the students who are going to be joining us on campus as possible. One concern that I have heard across the board from all of our reps is around the family opt-in form and the ability of many of our families to access that through the Infinite Campus system. And so I'm hoping that later in the agenda, we will hear updates on how that is going, and what we can do to help make sure that all of our students' preferences and voices are heard through that process. It's been a long week and it's only Wednesday, so I'll keep that short. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, this brings us along to public comment. And I see some hands going up. So this period is for speakers wishing to address the board on matters not on the agenda. Persons wishing to provide comments on non-agendized items should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform during this portion of the agenda. When it is the speaker's turn to comment, the board president will call on that person and staff will unmute the speaker. All speakers are requested to state their full name and affiliation with the district, if any, at the beginning of their comments when they're invited to speak. The board policy ordinarily limits the time to be devoted to public comment to 10 minutes, and individual speakers are ordinarily limited to 3 minutes. If the board decides to expand the amount of time to be allotted to public comment because many speakers wish to address the board may reduce the time allocated to individual speakers to 2 minutes or to 1 minute as appropriate in order to permit more speakers to comment. The board will announce the amount of time to be allocated to each speaker before public comment begins. The time allocated to each speaker will be displayed on the Zoom screen. When a speaker's time is expired, staff will mute the speaker. Staff will not notify speakers their time has expired, so speakers should monitor their own time carefully. Please be advised that board members cannot respond to comments regarding matters not listed on the agenda per Government Code Section 54954.2. One more thing before we start into that, I want to make a couple of comments about our public comment of last time, because there was a rather egregious error and situation that occurred. We had one speaker who spoke in Spanish, and as board president, I displayed a lack of the appropriate response of how to make sure that we heard a clear interpretation and were able to process that. I think that the response was very much appeared to be a disrespectful closeout that is absolutely not the intention, but I think it was clearly the perception. It was also an indicator to me of how rarely this board receives comments in Spanish. And I think one of the things that clearly comes out of that, this board wants to hear from our community, from our broad community. We do have interpretation available as part of our board meetings. The board will receive interpretation of comments that are delivered in Spanish. We do want to hear from you and respect you appropriately. So my apologies directly to our speaker from last time, and my invitation to our entire community to participate and feel welcome and make sure that you will be heard. This will not be bungled again in that manner. With that, I do see 3 hands up. Jackie Severin, Melissa Almgren, Kim Nye. If those are the 3 speakers for public comment, then we can go with the 3-minute limit and listen to those 3 speakers. With that, I invite Jackie Severin to be unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all your work. Okay, I have I'm trying to connect 3 things here really fast. I first want to commend the teachers and the district for crafting an agreement that got such high approval from teachers and gets kids back in school. I forgot to say, I'm Jackie Sebrian. I am a resident of Bellhaven and a teacher at Oak Knoll and a parent of an 11th grader, and I'm co-VP of the PTA, but I'm just speaking for myself, not really for any of those groups. This second, I have to say, like, the field of education loves to be data-driven, and I hope that we are parsing through the data about what kids really are missing about being in school, and that when we come back to school, that we're looking at how we can really intentionally meet all those needs. I do not think you can overestimate your mental health needs as we come back to school. I was kind of pondering whether the district could offer like a 1 semester elective in design thinking class for juniors and seniors to maybe rethink school. Like, they know more about this than we do, and I think they could create a really great school on the other side of this. And then last, I really want to applaud the efforts that you're making, because to keep the board meetings open to people, to explain your process, to not shortcut things, because there are so many more people coming, and I think that is awesome. And so all the things that you do to make board meetings friendly, I think will be really helpful. And as a reading specialist, I love the change in the summer reading list to be more choice-based. So yeah, you guys are doing a great job. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. All right. Melissa?
Hi, it's Melissa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. First of all, my name is Melissa Almgren. I'm a parent of a junior at MA. I'd like to congratulate all of you that worked so hard on reaching an agreement and for the overwhelming acceptance rate. Great job. I know there's a lot of kids really looking forward to being back on campus, and I'm excited to see that happen. I do want to echo Ms. Salvatore's concerns around being able to access the survey for the intent to return. I personally found it a little bit cumbersome, and I work in technology and all kinds of applications every day. I just wonder what percentage of families have responded to that and have been able to effectively voice their opinion there. And I just wonder if there's a way we could maybe extend the deadline for taking that input. I know in some of the communications I've seen from Simone Kennel at MA that they have a very concerted outreach effort to reach these families. But I just feel like there's probably a lot of people who have not paid attention to this or have gotten in there and been frustrated or what have you. So I just wonder if there's any way we can reconsider that March 11th timeframe and give people a couple more days to respond. Because I don't think it's entirely fair to assume that a non-response means they want to stay in distance learning. That's my first question. My second one, I would like to understand, as I understand it, we are starting over with negotiating and planning for the fall. I did read some articles this week stating that Dr. Fauci has said he's very optimistic that vaccinations for teens will be happening by this fall. And that's presuming that teachers and adults will all be vaccinated by then as well. So given that, and given that we are moving down tiers, what do we do to ensure that we will have a full-time and fall return to school and in-person instruction? I want to remind the board and the teachers union and all of you working so hard, you have a very engaged and passionate, active parent community that's here to help you. I know there's been ways that you have stated that we can help, but not all of us can come be substitute teachers. Not all of us can take off our day out of work to go take temperatures, that kinds of thing. But there's a lot of people standing by to help. So please engage us. Please tell us how we can help. I think we all really want our kids back in full-time school, full-time in the fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Nye?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Kim Nye. I'm the mother of 4 children, and my 17-year-old daughter is at Sequoia in the Independent Living Skills program. I think it's a program that many of you are not aware of. It's a certificate program for significantly disabled students. I sent a letter to all the board members earlier this week, which I really hope you will read. Our students have significant difficulties accessing any part of their education through Zoom. They all have individual education plans, otherwise known as IEPs, and those are supposed to be individualized. And what I'm asking is if you guys will consider individualized and appropriate solutions for our students that can get them back into the classroom as soon as possible so that they can access any portion of their education. These are small cohorts of students. They do not travel from class to class. They are entitled to a least restrictive environment, and they are currently at home and have been since March. There's a lot of talk right now about diversity, and I just want to stress that disability is diversity, and you are really not listening or paying attention to this diverse group of students. This is your most vulnerable population of students, and we really feel forgotten. I hope that you will try to include this group in your plans more moving forward, and we'll try to do a better job communicating with all of you so that you're more aware of the program. And I just wanted to raise awareness about this group because they really can't handle 2 days in school and then 10 days at home. Those types of transitions are nearly impossible for this group of students. So I really encourage you to think creatively, open your hearts to this diverse group and try to help these families in any way you can. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, before we move to correspondence, I would turn to Interim Superintendent Leach and say that all 3 of those comments to me seem to relate somewhat to our COVID reporting and to our the MOU that is before us for consideration this evening. And I assume that you will have something to address some of the points that were raised during those. So I would ask to do that in the context of that, but refer back to them. I would also then like to touch on correspondence next. And I do have some correspondence to look at. If I could be able to share my screen, I will bring up the correspondence to look at. Okay, and there it is. Okay. I'll do that. And okay, so since our last board meeting, we have received correspondence, from these 32 correspondents. And I have summarized the points that were made and broken them into two groups. The first and smaller group are applicable to general public comment, and the later group are applicable to the COVID reopening planning, which we will return to at that point in the agenda. But for public comment, we received a request that Sequoia should send home a letter to all families to educate them on the need to safely store all firearms that may be present in the home, and that we please put a discussion of this on the agenda as soon as possible. This is in light of the massive increase nationwide in gun sales during the pandemic period. The second then is this was the correspondence following up to a public comment we received in our last meeting. A group called Educators Advocating for Social Equity at Menlo Atherton High School. The committee has been examining and refining Sequoia recruitment and hiring practices and working with administrators to consider ways to involve students and families in the process in order to ensure that our staff has a wide range of perspectives from the community, as wide a range of perspectives as the community we serve. Representation matters. The Sequoia Student Climate Emergency Team, who presented to the board a few meetings ago, is eager to know what actions the board is taking in terms of preparing to declare climate emergency and pass stronger climate policies. We do have upcoming opportunities to explore this a little bit further, but not on the current agenda. And then the letter from which Interim Superintendent Leach quoted on Redwood High School, and again, some of the similar quotes, ending with, "They are doing a wonderful job and it should be acknowledged." Okay, and with that, I can stop the screen sharing and return to the meeting. And that moves us along. This evening, we do not have information items. And our next discussion item is the COVID-19 update from the superintendent.
Great, thank you so much, President Sarver. I will share my screen. Okay, let me move everybody out of the way. Okay, here we go. Okay, so tonight is the COVID-19 update for the March 10th, 21 school date. Let's see. Okay, so as was mentioned earlier, due date for those opt-in forms is this Friday, March 12th. Once parents are able to submit those opt-in forms, school sites will be able to distribute the class schedules. There has been some discussion, some questions and inquiries about why is it opt-in versus opt-out. And some of those reasons are about other operational and logistical items that we have to provide to our students that return. One of those major logistical challenges is transportation. We need to know who's coming back that is on our standard transportation list so that we can create those routes, as well as make sure that we have the appropriate space on our buses that meet the current health and safety guidelines related to transportation. And so again, versus the opt-in versus just a natural everyone is not opt-in and choosing to opt out. It's also around food. We need to know how many students we plan on feeding for their grab and go lunches during the day, as well as maximizing the opportunity to best serve our students. So when we have students and families opt in, it allows us to create schedules, collapse possibly some schedules as well, because we will have staff that is unable to return due to a medical reason or other type of circumstance. And so we need to know what students are planning on returning so that we can create those schedules and make those modifications. Another reason that we need the opt-in is just as with the cohort model, the opt-in model as well has a set of agreement of health and safety guidelines that students and their families are accepting to use while they're at school, such as wearing masks, social distancing, making sure that we have the ability to communicate with them, the training, what's expected of them while they're on campus, especially during lunch and passing periods. Where did I put? It's important to remember, I think I talk about it later in there, so I'll skip that one. So again, for opt-in, there's a lot of logistical behind the scenes related to social distancing. I think the number one thing that comes to mind again is transportation. So as soon as we have those opt-in forms in and schedules are designed, we're reaching out to families to make sure that if they need transportation and they fit the criteria for us transporting them, that we are able to provide that transportation. Before I move on, I did just pull just recently some high level numbers on the amount of opt-in forms that have been filled out thus far. The breakdown I'm just going to be able to give you right now is by school site. So total responses overall, that includes yes and no's, is 3,657. Yeses for returning is 2,104, and identified no's as returning is 1,553. So yeses, I'll go through the sites. Carlmont, 464 yeses. East Palo Alto Academy, 39 yeses. Menlo High School, 706 yeses. Redwood High School, 45 yeses. Sequoia, 405 yeses. Tide, 32. Trace, 8. And Woodside, 405. So the sites have been doing a considerable amount of outreach to families. We have, since I know that IC wasn't the most effective way to gather some of this information. It's not a part of the system that we utilize as often, but it does allow us to pull certain reports so that we can really concentrate on the outreach about helping families make the decision and providing us their decision about if their student is going to return. So we were able to download a report that gives us the name and the contact information for the families that had not yet completed. And what we're doing is the sites are receiving, the sites are reaching out to these families in both English and Spanish, email reminders and phone messages. As well as site teams and office staff are working with our parent liaisons at each of our sites to call families, assist them in completing the form, focusing first on the families where their email notifications had bounced back, as well as pushing into parent information sessions that were both held in English and in Spanish to answer questions and walk families through the steps to complete the form. So related to athletics, there has been some conversation and some inquiries about what is athletics going to look like with the new regulations and what is it going to look like for spectators. So with spectators, notification was sent today to the sites regarding the regulations around having spectators at games. We will need the assistance of our boosters to make this function well. We have a few points of the regulations before you. Obviously, face coverings will be required by coaches, support staffs, and all participants, as well as any spectators. They are required to maintain 6 feet of distance in between the sport participants and then also the observers, as well as per their family units. So observers are 2 adults per family, and then siblings up to a total of 4 people. The county health department is really focusing on the behavior of the observers, how we may clap, but should avoid yelling, singing, or other celebratory behaviors. This is, of course, what we want to do when we are at an athletic competition. But of course, those droplets that come from our mouths are what spreads COVID. So again, the mask wearing is ever so important. I do have actually a special guest with us tonight, and that is Ms. Ilya, who is our special ed director, that will talk about this slide.
Good evening. For our students with special needs, we are working hard in adapting our current cohort schedule to the reopening schedule of the 25%. And as Crystal was sharing, we also abide by the intent to opt-in form and the student participation agreement, which parents have a couple of more days to submit. And once we have this data, we can start scheduling the kids according to the health and safety protocols. And again, in alignment with students who are already participating in special education cohorts. The health and safety protocols are listed to the left, and we are planning a staff reopening training with all our support providers, including instructional assistants, one-on-one aides, related service providers such as speech therapists, the occupational therapist, to align with the time that students are scheduled to be on campus. So as Crystal was saying, there is a logistical component to make sure that the service providers are able to see kids in person or otherwise not disrupt the current schedule of seeing students individually in a pull-up model. I refer to the in-person cohorts that we started back in November. This is for our students with most severe needs. And they run at the comprehensive sites, the small schools, but also at our post-secondary and our district cell-like programs. Crystal also mentioned the transportation piece. Because of the capacity of 25%, the schedule for students on an IEP who need transportation to access school will change based on the date that they are scheduled to come back. And it will be a little bit of a logistical puzzle to make it work with the time that they are participating in the cohort, to make sure that they have the least amount of disruptions in transportation. We have been implementing individual distance learning plans for students on an IEP that stipulate the accommodations and modifications for distance learning, and are planning our extended school year for summer to offer some compensatory education due to learning loss. We have also been able to provide some in-home support for our most needy children and mental health supports as well. The goal of our in-person concurrent instruction for students with special needs is to offer more and not less, and not take away from any of the services that they're currently being provided. Crystal?
Thank you so much, Ilya. Okay, so as also was mentioned in some of the previous comments and in previous board meetings, is really the focus around mental health and how are we going to address some of our mental health needs that we know will be there upon our return. So out of our social and emotional learning task force came to be a mental health action team. And this team got up and running very quickly in getting ready for this April 5th return. So it is focusing on the immediate mental health supports when students return to campus, and the adult as well as staff social emotional needs that staff may experience as they also return to in-person classroom setting. So we are using the data collection to identify the students that possibly need mental health support and that currently may not be on our radar. Staff site teams are continuing to get training with community models of well-being. And we are definitely accessing and increasing what our partnerships look like to provide additional on-site support, such as with Acknowledge Alliance and Star Vista. So the Social Emotional Learning Task Force, the SE, also known as the SEL Task Force, is building the district's vision around social and emotional learning and how those priorities push into classrooms, how they're supported at sites, and also tied into one of our board goals of MTSS. So we're building on delivering that system, again, to push in the SEL within our school sites and to address those different tiered interventions related to a mental health audit, mapping our process, tier 1 interventions, and promoting targeted and intense mental health interventions to our students who are in need of those interventions, as well as exploring expanded intervention models. So related to travel, spring break is right around the corner. These are guidelines from San Mateo County Health as well as CDC. It's important to really remember that travel and a return are connected and that it really is a community effort. So what is different when we return to this in-person hybrid model, even if it is roomers and Zoomers, regardless of what the actual model is, the system for us changes. Right now, we're on a cohort model. And so what happens is when we have a close contact or a positive case related to a cohort model, we're able to shut down that cohort, and all of the rest of the cohorts will continue doing whatever their agenda is and moving along. What's different about the hybrid model is that the cohort is actually considered the entire program, because cohorts really go away, and it's more of an at-large takes effect. And so what that means is that when we reach a certain amount of positive cases that's identified, and I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head, it actually shuts down the entire site. So it is extremely important that we continue when we are not at school and we are not actively contributing to any extracurricular activities, that we are wearing our masks and we are social distancing and being very mindful, again, about our travel. So for fall of 21, there has been some conversation around that. I did have a call with the County Office of Ed earlier this week, and the regulations for planning and guidance I am being told should be released in a week or two. The social distancing regulations that we currently are under for 6 feet does come from the county office, the county health department, public health. That is going to be the sticking point of what our fall return looks like. So when we talk about 100% return in the fall, what that means to me is that all students would be in the classroom at the same time. And to be able to do that, the social distancing requirement would have to be far less than 6 feet, dependent upon the size of some of our classrooms and the amount of kids we have in classroom. It would need to be near zero to normal to be able to have 100% return. So again, this is not a district choice, but we are governed by the social distancing requirements that come from the county. So we see that CDC has guidance and the state has guidance, and then also the county has guidance, and they kind of layer. They are trying to get all on the same page, but it does differ by counties throughout California, and that can also add to the frustration about returning, to what we knew as normal before for school. So the goal for fall is still to leave for summer having these what if scenarios really in place, so that as guidance changes, which I'm sure it will, we will be able to react quickly, and we are ready to return on that first day of school in August. Currently, I am being told, outside of specific social distancing requirements for fall, to plan that there will be mask wearing and social distancing requirements through 2021. So January, hopefully, will look very different. But as for planning and guidance, we are expected to have mandatory modifications through December of 2021. Kind of an update on the superintendent office hours. So we've held 3 so far. We've held 2 English and 1 Spanish. In the first English session, we had over 300 attendees, and we answered close to just under 200 questions. Our Spanish one was not heavily attended. There was about 10 families in there, but also a desire that I push into some of our ELAC meetings to be able to get some of that information out there, since our ELAC meetings are highly attended from our site families. And our second English superintendent's office hours had about 40 in attendance and far less questions. So we definitely see that this avenue of communicating with our families within our community is working to answer questions. So we will continue to do that. The links are also available on our website. And I believe that these will fluctuate in attendance depending on what the topics of conversation are about what's in the news, what's going on with fall, and how the end of the year is also shaping up. Questions?
Hi there. I think I've been unmuted. Yeah, I have been. This is Ann Weiss. And thank you so much for that presentation. It was super informative and helpful. And I know there's so much, you guys have done so much to push for getting our kids back in school. And I first just want to express my gratitude. I imagine you have been working around the clock to make all this stuff happen. So thank you to you and the board and the teachers and the administration. My question is about fall. So I am one of the Reopen SUHSD parents, and I'm just curious what you would advise us as far as advocating at the state level. It sounds like social distancing is clearly one thing that would really help us to get back full-time in fall. 5 days a week. Are there other things that we can do specifically to help there, be they at the county, state, or national level?
So related to fall, it is heavily, I would probably say, we'll just go above 95% focus on social distancing. There could be a student testing component that we're trying to get ahead of as well. I think that if there is a student testing component, that the state will also provide some resources for possibly some rapid testing. With larger school sites, testing on site isn't really feasible, right? There has to be a holding area. When we think of our sites that have a minimum of about 2,300 students, that's a little bit more difficult to do as far as cycling them through. So I would definitely say the advocacy around social distancing, and considering that you have 3 regulatory organizations, and they all are saying something different. And that makes it really difficult and frustrating for families to understand why is what San Mateo doing different than what the state is doing or what a neighboring county is doing, and why is it different than what we hear on the news daily out of CDC.
I'd like to throw in a couple of pieces of guidance here. I do want to remind the community that the board meeting is about presentations for the board and board deliberation opportunities. We do invite and welcome public comment to be added, but this is not one of the question and answer sessions, the equivalent of what the office hours are. So we will need to get a sense of all the people who do wish to speak, so we can make sure that we manage the time properly before the board jumps into the discussion. And also, for this period of time, there was a substantial number of additional pieces of correspondence on the topic that I would plan to continue through that and summarize the points that were already raised in those. So please let me go ahead through that while more people who do want to participate take the opportunity to raise their hands so that we'll be able to deal with that. And then we will move through into the board's discussion of this. for that. Hang on a second. Okay. I'll go back to sharing the screen, and here is the again the list of correspondents from whom we received things. And this is from the time of the last board meeting until today. So we had a comment just before the board meeting. Why is Sequoia not planning to reopen at all? Then following the board meeting, we began getting the partial start on April 5th is a solid beginning. I hope the ultimate goal remains to return to in-person instruction full-time when the new school year begins in August. Teachers have many questions about implementation details that still leave us afraid and skeptical of successful in-person operations. Please keep distance learning as an option for students and staff through the end of the semester. Please focus on the needs of marginalized communities in reopening. Please prioritize and fund ways to address students' mental health needs. Thank you, just thank you. Sequoia board meetings have been thoughtful, open-minded, and measured. Keep up the good work. The agreement does not give teachers a choice as it does to students. The professional and scientific input of 21 physicians was not given adequate consideration and weight by the board and the community in preparation for and during the board meeting. Keeping students home from school is the greatest barrier to equity. Schools must be reopened for our most at-risk students as soon as possible. Teachers who are still frightened need and deserve to participate in a medical and science panel who can accurately explain what the science and data are telling us. Students already have the opportunity to return to the classroom if they want. Some courses will be disrupted, diminished by the teacher having to wear a mask. The network burden of Zooming from the classroom could overwhelm the system. If it is still Zoom-based, then nothing at all would be gained by returning some students to the classroom. Sequoia should survey students, parents, and teachers about the proposed plan. The board's mind should not be changed by a small percentage of the community. Some teachers are encouraging student revolt against the decision to reopen. Please reach out to the staff to prevent this turmoil. There's a video available of the Napa High School principal having a discussion with several students about their in-person learning experiences after returning to the classroom. This would be a good thing for Sequoia schools to do as well. I don't think it's worth it for people to go to school to do the same thing they're already doing from home and risk everyone around them and the teachers. It is best to stay home and not have anyone be at risk of getting COVID. Is the reopening plan Zoomers and rumors? This is part of a cost-benefit analysis for choosing to participate. In-person attendance for 2 days out of 2 weeks is very limited. Please provide more. Please hold a medical webinar to provide comprehensive, consistent, accurate info to all stakeholders. Superintendent office hours have been great. They would have been even better if they had started months ago. Be extremely vigilant that timing and sequencing of public comment do not appear to favor a particular perspective. How can parents help teachers get vaccinated as soon as possible? I don't see a detailed plan of how much time students will be on campus, how classes will operate, why Sequoia is an outlier from the plans of other districts, etc. I have no choice but to believe rumors about intentional bad behavior by the district. As a Woodside parent, I see no good argument for going back to class this year. Teachers are not yet vaccinated. Teens get COVID at rates almost as high as adults, but are asymptomatic. We don't know the long-term effects. Students are not yet vaccinated. Teens can transmit at rates equal to adults. Teaching in the rumors and Zoomers model will be impossible to do well. This is a disruption our kids don't need at this late stage. An outbreak at school or a return to the purple tier will send everyone home again. There isn't much time left in the year anyhow, and the science is not clear. Increase on-campus cohorts for those students who would benefit the most from this. Prepare for next year instead. The recent LA Times article about school reopening in Bay Area puts Sequoia more under the microscope and increases pressure to open. Perhaps the best model would be 25% student presence on campus for 2 weeks, then go to 50% for a couple of weeks. This could open the door for a full month of 100% on-campus presence at the end of the year. East Palo Alto has the worst COVID outbreak in the entire district. It is not fair to force East Palo Alto Academy to reopen along with other schools. The trauma of spreading the infection is too great a risk for students and teachers in the community. Let our local leadership and teachers decide when to reopen. Monday, April 5th is the day immediately following spring break. During spring break, families will travel for leisure, seniors will visit colleges, and friends will mingle during quarantining. Setting the reopening for April 12th would provide an appropriate extra week of self-quarantine for the protection of all. Acalanes High School is reopening March 16th with 50% of students on campus at any time. Look at their plan. ILS, TRACE, and special education students should have a separate and more aggressive plan for return to the classroom. They cannot and must not be lumped with the general education population. Community backlash against teachers for their perceived role in delaying the reopening of the schools has gotten ugly. Please recognize that we are all in this together. Please support the teachers who are working so hard to support their students. Social distancing limits should be reduced to 4 feet, 1 meter, or 3 feet in order to accommodate all students on campus. I have shared recommendations to this effect from the San Francisco Department of Public Health, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the World Health Organization, with the San Mateo County Office of Education and the San Mateo County Office of Public Health, so they can change the recommendations. What I understand of the district plan for fall operations indicates more asynchronous days and fewer synchronous days of instruction. This would be bad. San Mateo County Office of Education is working to provide guidance for fall operations, and districts across the county are working with each other to ensure best practices. Parents should be allowed to watch outdoor athletic events. We will not send our students back to campus for the roomers and zoomers model. Please put maximum energy into supporting full in-person instruction in the fall. Finally, please reinstate indoor sports, including volleyball, with proper testing. Okay, with that, so please take into account some of the perspectives that have already been expressed and shared. I do see 3 more attendee hands up. I now see 4. We will decide if we can fit them all in. I would like to continue looking at that, so I'll put participants up.
And Ellen, is someone going to manage that for you, or are you going to do that yourself, of the hands going up?
With the 4 that I see, I can manage that. And I would recommend to the board that we go with our 3-minute limit for these 4 speakers. Okay, and we begin with Abigail Corman.
Hi, thank you. First, a clarifying question, just about if there's also public comment in the next MOU section.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So then I won't need 3 minutes. I'm just hoping to hear, and I'm not sure if you can respond, but I know someone got a response. The number of how many families had turned in the survey. I think I heard 3,657, but I forget how many students we have in our district. And so a percentage would be helpful to know how many we're waiting on. By my numbers, my rough estimate, I think that's like 30% of our student population. Just having some sort of clarity on that would be helpful.
Thank you. I believe it's closer to 40, but I'll let the superintendent do some quick arithmetic. Next is Satiz.
Yes, hi. I'll keep it brief. One of the comments earlier was the focus on full-time and fall, and the comment by the superintendent about the importance of social distancing. I didn't quite follow if you had said we are planning with a 3-foot distance in mind, scenario planning. If not, that's what I would really advocate for. I think given where we're at with vaccinations and COVID rates being down 77% over the last 6 weeks, and just the expected level of vaccinations, full vaccinations of teachers and staff, and I would assume the majority of the community at large by the time we get to fall, if we really put all of our energy into that sort of planning, assuming 3 foot, what needs to happen, what additional expansion do we need to do from a facility standpoint, from a space standpoint. This is quite exciting and celebratory in terms of what's happening, returning to school, moving into the orange tier. But we were somewhat late compared to Palo Alto, compared to San Mateo, compared to other states. And I think this is an opportunity to be a leader, to be ahead of the curve when it comes to fall. And I think if we start planning and doing that now, we can get there. And then on a less serious note, if in the future we could refer to MA as MA and not Menlo School, that's the local private school that is MA's rival. Thank you.
Okay, next would be Michael Dekshnex.
Hi, Alan. This is Michael Dekshnex. I've been asked by members of the Reopen SUHSD to just read a statement to members of the Sequoia Union High School District. First of all, we'd like to express our gratitude to the board and to the Sequoia District Teachers Association for ratifying an agreement that supports a hybrid learning model starting in April. We know this was a significant effort, and we're excited about our students, that our students will have an opportunity to return in red. We view this spring as an opportunity to reconnect with the community and to develop the best possible learning model for students with the goal of planning toward a return to full-time in fall. We've heard a lot of angst from teachers and students with respect to the hybrid model as it is currently defined. We know that returning to the classroom with safety protocols in place is going to be very different. But a year ago, you all completely pivoted to a distance model with little to no notice. We can do this. We're confident we can do this. We understand that there's a lack of clarity on several details, but this can be overcome in 3 ways. The first is commitment. Every level of the Sequoia Union High School District, from the board to the teachers and administrators, must communicate that they respect every person's risk situation and collectively assure all parties that they are committed to making the best of this opportunity. The drumbeat at every level of the district must be that the district wants, and more importantly, needs this to succeed. The second is community. Sequoia Union High School District, and especially teachers, need to make a positive stance on in-person learning and reassure students that they will not be at a disadvantage regardless of the learning option they choose. They need to tell students that they look forward to seeing them, and in many cases, meeting them face-to-face for the first time. This is a major step towards a sense of community, and we need everybody to buy into this effort. The third one is experience. We need to take advantage of every opportunity to make this a good learning experience. For example, the district has access to swivel cameras and other technologies that will enable teachers to instruct in the classroom and broadcast simultaneously. Every classroom should experiment with this proven technology. As a parent community, we are committed to the process of returning to in-person learning. We've worked very hard to support this goal through multiple actions. advocating for vaccines to underserved communities, holding health information nights, educating our community, partnering with numerous parent groups, lobbying state representatives, and calling on state and county to update and clarify social distance guidance as it pertains to reopening our schools. If there are additional ways to help, please let us know. I'll close by saying that COVID has put us on an unexpected journey for 12 months now. It's challenged all of us at personal and professional levels. While the fact that COVID is not within our control, how we respond to COVID as individuals and a community is. When we look back on the situation as students, parents, teachers, and administrators in the years ahead, what we will remember most is how we and others responded to this situation. We have an extraordinary opportunity to lead by example at all levels. We ask each of you, our board, our administrators, and our teachers to consider how you want to be remembered as we shift into this opportunity. I'll just close by saying we are here to give our students a voice, and we will continue to advocate for full-time and fall. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And finally, Vera.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't figure out how to unmute. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have just a couple questions. One is, on average, what is the maximum percentage of student capacity in a typical classroom given the 6-foot social distancing requirement? And rather than relying on social distancing requirements from the county going down to 0 or to normal, are there any considerations in providing more classroom space on campus, such as portables or other creative solutions in order to accommodate maximum in-person attendance while still keeping everyone safe and strictly adhering to COVID protocols? Because of COVID variants and county status changing at any time, please continue to invest in providing simultaneous virtual and in-person instruction. Second is, given the loss of vital hands-on instruction such as job and travel training at Trace, can you consider extending service duration to students currently enrolled, given that they have basically lost a year? Is that something being discussed at the board or state level? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so now on to panelist questions. Ms. Leach, are there any things that were raised there that you can make a quick response to?
Hey, Alan, you missed one person for public comment.
No, that person put their hand up after everybody else was done. We've been through a very extended discussion about how we work it. So yes, we won't be taking additional public comment on this topic at this time, but so there were a handful of points that hopefully there are some quick factual responses you can give.
Okay, so it's about 22% of total enrollment is requesting a yes to return. About 40% of our actual total enrollment has responded to the form. Related to portables, so unfortunately, to drop portables on a site, well, I can tell you I actually have dropped portables. I think the fastest I've dropped portables is around 4 to 6 months. So they have to, all plans have to be approved by the Division of State Architect. You would either have to rent or have the portables delivered. That's fairly doable. It's all about the infrastructure and tie-ins to where you have portables as far as electricity goes, stable ground. Do you actually have the space to put portables? Sometimes you can drop them in the parking lot and so forth, but the logistical about creating temporary classrooms is it's definitely not something that can be done super quickly. As far as the social distancing and the 3 feet, I am hopeful, and I would like to see the regulation say 3 feet. Unfortunately, I'm sitting in tons of meetings with these regulatory organizations that guide, and they are not actually saying 3 feet. They're giving me around 4 feet. And so we'll have to do some math. Related to the average classroom size, it's really difficult, because with our last bond, as we have modernized several of our classrooms, a lot of the buildings and classroom sizes within each campus are significantly different. There are still older wings at MA and at Woodside that are very, very tiny in comparison to some of the newer classrooms there, where you would potentially have a class roster, let's just say easy numbers 30, but it's usually over 30, I think around like 32, 34-ish. And if you cut that in half at 50%, you're at 15, 16 or so, but the actual social distancing requirements for 6 feet radius, you actually get less than 9 students in some of those classes. So that does depend on, again, the classroom. I can tell you that we don't have a lot of spare classrooms throughout our sites. We build them to be used, whether that's for enrichment or for different classes. So it's really about looking at teachers that have high roster counts, and is there another area within campus that they could potentially teach from. There has been suggestions as to tents. Tents can be difficult. They do have to be permitted, and there is a requirement to do so with tents. Again, space for classes, that would have to be what that would look like. So there's a lot of things to consider. And I am hopeful, and I, do push back when I sit in these regulatory agency meetings, because it is very confusing and frustrating, right? When we know that most of our staff, potentially all of our staff will have had an opportunity to be vaccinated prior to April 5th. We know that Johnson & Johnson can start administering their vaccinations to students over 16. Not everybody in high school is over 16, right? And it's also important to remember that our freshmen, usually they stay all together within their freshman classes, but after that, they mix. It's high school. So they're interchanging through periods. So again, it's very complex. And so we just need to take into consideration all of those things. And it's why it's different than some of our elementary and feeder districts. So we are definitely over the largest hump related to this, as far as we see the end in sight. We know that the variants are there, but again, I touch on how important it is that this is a community event, right? And we see the numbers coming down. We are slotted to change to orange tier very soon. So there is definitely a light at the end of the tunnel, even when we are planning for fall.
Thank you. I see a couple of our panelists, not board members, who've got their hands up. I'd like to hear from you what you wanted to add before the board jumps in. Let's start with Ms. Horton.
All right, thank you. So I just have some questions regarding the staff training, the special ed staff training. I just want to point back before I go into my question. I just want to point back at my opening remarks. When I talk about not being communicated with, being in collaboration with, we continue to always do a weird dance. We take one step forward, but we take 2 steps back in another area. So AFSCME is looking to move away from this. So regarding the special ed training, what are the dates? What's the timeline? Will this be virtual? Is it going to be on campus? Is it going to be per campus? There was no consultation with us. So again, when I hear these communications, I know I'm going to hear it from the members, so I might as well say it here. It's surprising, and it continues to surprise us, and we're always taken by surprise. We have to keep always this game of, keep playing this game of catch up. I'd like to come away from that. It doesn't always have to be me to attend every meeting, but we work in groups, we work in teams. So we will send people to ask the appropriate questions to these meetings, to these discussions that are being had, rather than being told, this is what we're going to do. You know, we're a team with the district. We partner with everyone at the district. So again, please, if you can share dates, timelines, more about this staff training for SPED.
Thank you. Okay, Simone.
Oh, thank you and good evening. I just wanted to talk about the perspective from the site of the outreach to families for opting in and out, and let you know that so far at Menlo Atherton, we've heard from 52% of our families have responded. I credit that to the awesome outreach that my wonderful staff is doing. And then just for everyone to keep in perspective, that we've worked with Infinite Campus for years and years using online information update. And so people log in once a year and we get 4 months to get everybody right logged in and completing online information update. We are doing what we usually do in 4 months in 8 days. And so the first thing we did was we divided up calls to any emails that bounced back. My staff has divided up. Will we get to everybody? I don't know, but we are doing the auto dialers. We are doing the reminders. We've hosted a community, I believe all our sites hosted a webinar to make informed decisions. We hosted a follow-up meeting with our Spanish-speaking families. It's an all-out outreach effort. So I just wanted to provide that perspective. Could Infinite Campus be more user-friendly? Absolutely. I think we can all agree on that. But my staff has been awesome in walking families through, resetting passwords, all of those things. So I just want to provide that. Of the 810 who have opted in, most are opting in the in the red tier. About 69 of those in orange and about 20 in yellow. And I did a report by zip code, and it is a very nice representation of our demographic, including many from East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Menlo Park, and Atherton, and the Bellhaven neighborhood. So I just wanted to provide that perspective for everybody who has questions about the outreach and who's responding.
Thank you. Edith, can we hear from you? And then we'll move to the board.
Yes, I wanted to echo the concerns, and again, I raised them earlier about using email and Infinite Campus as the way that we are getting this information from families. I know it is our primary student information system, and it would seem that we ask and invite parents to track students' grades and attendance on Infinite Campus, and they would have that login information and everything available. But we have heard numerous concerns from families where, in divorced families, if both parents didn't log in and complete the survey, that it's not counting as complete. That if you don't have if you're not identified correctly as the guardian in the system, you don't have the survey tab that is needed to complete the survey. That some of our programs, our post-secondary TRACE program, the families don't have access to Infinite Campus. And so they had not received, most of them, the survey at all. And I know that this is something we as a district struggle with, is how can we efficiently reach 9,000 families, or however many families there are in the district, in an efficient way that doesn't overtax our resources but provides equity. And I would ask the district to really look at how that is going. With my understanding was that the deadline was Thursday, the 11th, and the superintendent said the 12th, but we're 1 or 2 days away from that, and 60% of the families haven't responded. That is problematic to me in terms of the planning that we are doing on the sites. And again, like one of the speakers earlier, on a lighter note, just like we don't want to say Menlo instead of Menlo Atherton, there are a whole bunch of folks in the district who work at sites that aren't Sequoia High School that want you to know, to remember that when you refer to the district, you need to say the Sequoia District or Sequoia Union, because when you just say Sequoia, we think it's that purple high school and we get confused. Thank you.
My apologies on that one. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to board comments. Student trustee Nori, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, so I just had a quick question. It's kind of echoing a lot of what Ms. Salvatore said, but from what I've heard from people, or at least my peers, they've complained a lot about their parents having a hard time navigating the form and filling it out. So I was just curious, in that outreach, is there a way, if someone wants to call the school, to tell their preference about in-person learning over the phone rather than having to fill out the form? Because at least anecdotally, one of my friends, her mom seemed to have never created an Infinite account in the first place and didn't have the activation key. So she just didn't really know what to do. And I told her to call the school, but I was wondering if there's a way to just fill out the form or state your preference by simply talking to someone over the phone instead of a form.
Anybody address that?
Okay, so yeah, so I saw a handout from Carlmont regarding screenshots of how staff can walk through the process, and I know that was shared with the other sites, and to also, take note and fill it out for them, as we also can do that as well.
I can just say I've heard many staff walking families through. We've answered every call that's come through. And what's also happening is that a lot of times it's that the parent's in the student's portal and not the parent, and it's not showing up in the students. So sometimes that's just, oh, here's your password, log in. And then we are following up with an email with the password and login for online information updates so that they have it for the next time they need to log in.
Bonnie, I see your hand up. Was there something you wanted to contribute to something that's been raised so far? We're not hearing you, although you're not muted. Do you have headphones plugged in or something? Okay, you can raise your hand again later if we get back there. Chris.
I'll unmute myself. There we go. I was grateful for really lots of thoughtful community input, but I also want to add the humor from Satiz and the SDTA president brought smiles to my face and lots of others on the panel. So that was really nice. I'm aware that site administrators and teachers have a lot of work to do to get things ready to open on April 5th. And so I wanted to ask if if Crystal for the district or any of the principals with us tonight might comment on that. It's grateful to Simone, for example, in talking about the participation rate of families and things like that. But otherwise, I trust you're going to get there, but might you share a few words with us on how it's going?
I'm happy to share a few words unless anybody else would like to, but I have had my turn, so.
Go for it, please.
Okay. It is busy. We are fortunate to have just a wonderful team of people who have been working all year, and I think the evidence of that has come to fruition as far as campus logistics, organization, arrows on the ground, all those things, right, that we've been thinking we know we need to do have been put in place, routes around the campus. And then in addition, we welcomed 72 freshmen who came for for in-person. How refreshing. In-person tours today, and the smiles behind their masks, you could see how happy they were to be on the campus. So, but it's a lot. I am concerned about requests for working remotely for very legitimate reasons, and how we are going to have enough personnel to figure all of this out. We are brainstorming, figuring out, and I will say that is a concern, and putting all the puzzle pieces together to make sure that students have supervision in all of their classes. Again, I don't anticipate that's the majority, but it definitely does create holes. So that is definitely a concern. And just, the logistical pieces, it's like August and March, I think I've heard people say, right? We're technically launching school. We want to be there to support staff, make sure they have what they need. Our teachers have been amazingly adaptable, as we've seen for over a year now. And here we are adapting again to make sure we can continue the excellent instructional experience that they've provided, and do it, in this hybrid concurrent model. So yeah, it's like a freight train moving really fast, but we're keeping up with it as everything comes our way.
Were there other comments that might be different than that or complement that?
Trustee Sarver, I have some comments, and I believe I have fixed my mic.
I hear you.
Yes. So just a little perspective. I was so proud and impressed, even though it was not nearly as many folks as we wanted to hear from, but about the number of people who responded to our LCAP community engagement survey a few weeks ago. It broke a record for the number of responses we've ever gotten. This opt-out survey, which has been open for 6 days, has already outpaced that. And we've had more families respond than we've had respond to any survey/form before, with the exception of beginning of school registration. Another piece of perspective, for 4 to 5 months, we work on having families fill out their students' online registration forms, where they opt in or opt out of the tech release, photos, etc. That is an effort that sites work on all summer long. And we still, on the first day of school, will have 100 to 200, sometimes even more kids per campus who have not gotten that work completed. So to a certain extent, it doesn't matter how long we do this, we're not going to get a response from everyone. That said, there is no question that it hasn't been enough time to do the amount of outreach that needs to be done with some families. So an example, Stephanie Ogden and her team at Redwood are literally calling every family and saying, if you give me your information, I'm happy to fill out the form for you as you tell me what your answers are. I got a text from Jenna Carson a little bit ago. She's doing the same thing at Menlo Atherton. That is really, really time consuming. So now it sounds super simple. Well, let's just extend the date for the form to be filled out. The problem with that is that at the other end of the line, We've got to have enough time for the instructional vice principals to build a schedule that works, to divide students into quarters and then divide them into halves as evenly as possible. I will tell you that they have already made dates with Ken Bazan, our data guru, to look at the ad hocs he's creating. The plan was as soon as the forum closed, and they are booking times with him over the weekend because they're already so panicked about the hand scheduling that they're going to need to do to get this done well in time. It was not an option for us to do an opt-out form. And the reason for that is, this was an epiphany from Simone, is that we need for every family to sign a release that they understand that they're going to follow social distancing and what the guidelines are for students to come back. So we can't just say, okay, never mind, if we don't hear from you, we assume that you're coming back, because then we don't have the form from your family that we need. So we are in the unenviable position of trying to balance enough time for staff to continue this Yale person's job that they're doing of contacting families, with enough time to build schedules that spread out ELD students so they're not all coming back on the same day, that spread out SPED students across the same days, that honor as much as possible family requests to have siblings attending school on the same days. That all takes time. And then on top of that, we're telling site administrators, guess what? Now we're going to be supervising athletic events. And I need you to look at the LCAP so that we can start planning for next year. So there's some really neat things we want to try out. So all of these are worthy comments and perspectives, but we're going to have to at some point say, this is the date and we've got to stick to it.
So I think it's helpful for us to appreciate the complexity of preparing to open up schools, in part so we can recognize the great effort that's being put in there. We have very preliminary data on the opt-ins, and from what I've seen, MA stands out. MA has a disproportionately large number of students who plan to come back. One that looks like it's correct. Is it too soon to say MA is going to be different than the other schools? Or if it, and I say MA, not something else, is there anything else going on there?
I think it's way too soon to say that, because we haven't heard back from the majority of MA families yet. So I think it's fair to say that MA's got a lot of kids coming back, but we don't have any idea with the other half of those students, or maybe even more than half of those students, how they're going to vote. Simone, what do you think?
So we're at 52% who have responded. I also think we have to remember the instructions said that if we don't hear from you, right, then we, basically won't have the opportunity. So it could also be people have just decided it doesn't matter, we're staying distance learning. I'm not going to respond. So we need to keep that in mind too, that a non-response doesn't mean people haven't thought about it. They've just said, oh, it's a default to that could be it as well. I am just concerned we're going to reach everybody, but I agree wholeheartedly with Bonnie said. If we're going to plan and be ready for April 5th, we cannot extend the deadline. We have done really, I feel, our due diligence in messaging, in providing assistance, in making sure, we're working with our community partners to outreach, to make sure families, we're completing the survey with them on the phone. I just don't know. And this is a much higher response rate than we ever get with a Google form, right? So I think that, I think time will tell. The next few days will tell if we, reach, 1,000 who want to return. But I think a lot remains to be seen. Again, as to where that goes. But I think we have to remember, we're probably not going to get 100% response rate because people might just decide status quo. So,
thank you.
Shanice.
Thank you all so much for all the work that you all are doing. I have given my kids the lecture about going to school, signing off on all forms, and that they can't act out, that they need to go to class, they need to follow the arrows. So I am doing my due diligence. So I'm putting myself out there as a parent. The other thing I want to say is it wasn't difficult for me to complete the form. I just didn't have my code. And I actually called the front desk and talked to OFA, and she gave me all that everybody, whoever you contact, everybody is helping everybody. So I want to say that. Unfortunately, I don't get to hear about what the other schools are doing. I think that would have been helpful as a board member, although I know that's site stuff, but when people are asking me questions about what our outreach looks like during this most sensitive time right now, it would have been helpful to say what community engagement looks like, right? I can share, I can support, and that people don't walk away with other messages just because it hasn't been like this in the past at all times. So I want to put that out there. The other question I have, and Crystal, just write this one down because hopefully you can answer this one. For kids who decided that distance learning is what they need to do, right? They don't want to go to class. Everything is not about childcare and safety. They just want to stay with their one teacher, the one person, and do their headphone thing. Are we offering learning pods or learning hubs as an alternative for those kids? If not, are we working with community programs for them to continue their learning pods so kids have a place to go? So that's one question. I didn't think about Sam Trans, so thank you guys. I don't even understand that whole process, but now I understand why we have a deadline so that we can coordinate. I do want us to clarify tonight, as well as in an email, is it the 11th or is it the 12th? I think that's important.
It's the 11th. My apologies. It's 11:59 p.m. on the 11th.
And why the 11th versus the 12th? I don't know. Just something to think about. Why a Thursday, not a Friday? I don't know. But just want to put that out there. The extensive outreach, since I've been on the board December 16th, which is like only 2 months, one of the things that I've noticed that has been different than in the past is this robust, I don't even know if I'm saying the word right, attendance process and this outreach, and that it's needed, right? Because in order for families who don't necessarily always fill things out for various reasons, they need to know that we care. So how can we keep some of this up and that there's support at the sites for that to happen so that families feel seen and cared for? So I just want to put that out there. And I hope that we can keep that. The other thing that I was thinking about with the survey that Bonnie did, the LCAP, a lot of them were undecided. I remember from certain populations, it was undecided, am I right? So that tells me either a couple of different things. I need to make my own personal decisions and I need to go back and think about it, but also I may need more information in order to make a decision. And so I know I got a lot of information after last time meeting where people are like, oh my gosh, there was an awakening, like maybe we need to do some more outreach around providing education around COVID, not just for families, but for students, because I heard students say, we need the information too. And then I heard staff say, we need the information. So I think there's something there about filling out the form as well. I suspect this is just an educated guess. So I wonder if that has something to do with, I'm just not going to fill it out. You know, this is too difficult. Plus, you know, I'm getting all this information. It's too overwhelming. What's real, what isn't? So I want to put that out there as a possibility. And then the one thing I do want to mention, and this is just for the cabinet to think about as you guys think about outreaching to families, be more consistent with the tool that you use and the mechanism that you reach out to people. So what that means is I shouldn't have to call OFA to get my code to go to Infinite Campus because I only use it once a year.
Right.
So, you know, I love the Google Forms. I love that. And if that is not the way we want families to communicate, then we need to use the tool so that everyone is trained in the same way. So that's the biggest takeaway I get when I think about these kinds of things. that consistency of tools is more, even if it's a horrible tool, the consistency is more important than to have 50 different ways to communicate. But the outreach is different. It's a mechanism to get people to fill out tools. And so I wanted to share all those different pieces, and for us to, I know it's hard, but I'd love to extend it just one more day till Friday. But that's just me. You don't have to do it. It's just a suggestion. All right. Thanks.
Amika, you've got your hand up. I think you were trying to respond to some of the requests for what other sites are experiencing.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, hello, good evening, trustees, superintendent, cabinet. Amika Guillaume, proud principal, East Palo Alto Academy. I wanted to just give a little bit of other perspective, just because I know that our numbers are quite low. First and foremost, I want to thank our classified team. They did a beautiful video that we made for students to answer questions about what will it look like, because we sort of mocked up the whole entry procedure and gave them a sense of what does it mean to have lunch outside and what does it mean to follow the arrows. So I want to appreciate the team that came together and made that video socially distant and safe. And I also wanted to just name a couple things. I agree with Trustee Stevenson about the tool. Obviously, that's a challenge. I think another thing that I was learning, which is fascinating, is even though the LCAP survey was relatively long ago, parents think they did. When I call and say, "Did you do your survey?" They're asking, didn't I already do it? And so we had to clarify, did you have to enter your code? Was it on Infinite Campus? So that created a bit of a challenge. And then I can say that in general, our families, when we have called, because we're hand calling, like anyone out there who wants to make sure the students and families know what to do, knowing that this was a challenge. And a lot of our families, when they would ask further questions, are they switching classes? At that point is when they said, no, thank you. I think what was also a wake-up call was that when I did my office hours on Monday, a parent was reminding me that her world, her lived experience isn't just East Palo Alto, which thankfully went from 14% to 11%, but it's also back home. So a lot of our families provide support to their families that might be in Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, and they're also experiencing COVID and the impact back home. And it is the fact that they're paying for funerals there too. So it's a little crazy, the world in which our families are living in vis-a-vis our neighbors, because their lived experience is one that is just so heavy. And I am surprised, we've tried so hard. We did 2 videos, actually, if you include my Screencastify with the frequently asked questions that was created with parents and with students to really cover our bases. And they just continue to be very frightened about the impact of COVID. And I just want to kind of shed light on the fact that there's a very concrete reason why it is harder for our families, at least at East Palo Alto Academy.
Amika, is it your perception or expectation that the fairly low response rate is a simple way of indicating a large percentage of no's?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The fairly low response rate that you've seen at EPAA is a simple way of saying no for a lot of your community.
That's exactly what Simone was saying. No response equals no. And in fact, I think the fact that people actually went to the trouble to go into Infinite Campus to say no thank you actually surprised me how many even did that, because it is cumbersome, right? Like I think trustees, I was going to say Trustee Shanice. Trustee Stevenson was remarking that it's just this tool that we're not in good practice. I also actually want to thank Trustee Stevenson for helping us get in touch with a way to help fund funerals through the county potentially, and then also to help us get a panel, because even if you're not coming back to school, there are so many questions by the students and by the families. I was at a meeting with the East Palo Alto City Council last week, and that was such a good reminder that even simple questions are going to put peace of mind. And that's really what we need to help students do, even if they're staying home. If we can just help them feel good about how to stay safe and how to protect their families, that's a win for everyone.
Thank you. Ralph, your thoughts.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. You wanted a bit of perspective what's happening at the sites for outreach. I'm late logging on because I sent out a reminder email to all of the families that have not responded yet. And I got a flood of emails asking questions. So I direct them to our webinar that we had on Monday, and also the presentation that we had. They also, like you said, they're having trouble logging in, some of them, because they're not realizing that the username and password is the same as their Canvas username and password. So that is something I've been helping them with. You know, our staff has been going above and beyond. Our GIS was emailing parents last night at 7, 8 o'clock at night to give that information to parents so they could respond. We are having a little bit different response rate than MA and the other sites. We have a 58% response so far. I just ran the numbers. So 58% of our families have responded, and 534 have responded they want to come in person, but 781 have responded they want to stay and remain in 100% distance learning. So that's just, you know, a little different perspective at different, you know, communities and how that plays out. The comments about the lack of response, meaning no, yes, the early on messaging was that if you don't need to do anything if you're not going to opt in. But I quickly realized that if we do that, our staff is going to be working even harder, because if they don't respond and they're thinking it's a no, our staff isn't going to know that, and they're going to make a phone call to them. So that's where I'm a little concerned with all these non-responses that think they're not opting in. Our staff is going to be reaching out to them. So I've been trying to re-message that and say, please log in and please resubmit. Something else that is been happening quite a bit, and I think it's been happening at other sites, is the students and parents, or one of them, the parent will log in and they'll say yes, but then they'll have a conversation with the other parent or with their student, and then all of a sudden they change their mind. And they realize that's not something they want to do because it's not safe, or they're just not comfortable. So they've emailed us and asked us to, you know, change their answer. And it's hard to change the answer in IC, so we've had to ask Ken to reset it. So he did a great job, and he contacted IC, so parents can go in and take the survey again without us having to reset it now. So that was a good thing. And the last time they take it will be what is recorded as their final answer for that. And, you know, Thursday is the date that we've been advertising for to be completed. And we plan to have Friday, the day that we're doing outreach. So just because it's closed on Thursday doesn't mean that we're not going to be calling families and reaching out to families and recording their answers and their choice on Friday. So that's what our plan, that's kind of what we've been experiencing over here at Colmont.
Thank you. Rich, you want to throw in some thoughts?
Sure. So first, I guess I'll call it a request. Heard a lot of comments about the difficulty of the survey, people not maybe responding. I personally believe conditions are likely to change a lot in the next month, hopefully for the better. And I would really like to be, if there's a way that there could be a second date that applies to May and June, and maybe sometime in mid-April, so people can see how the first week goes, hear from others who go in the first week, make a selection sometime by the middle of April. I don't know what the right date would be. And there could be different, you know, people change their minds for what they do in May and June. So at least there's a chance for families. It's not like this is it for the rest of the year, but maybe if there could be one other date, I think that would go a long way, and would be, I think it would be a benefit to many families. And second is just a comment when this 25-50% first came down, my understanding of it was 25% of students being invited, and that we would see who chooses to come. And now I understand that there's reasons that we have to know who's coming, who's not. So it sounds like if a site has only 50% of students say they want to come back, then those students would go every day after the 2-week period. And if there's only 25% who said they want to go back, then those students would go every day during the first 2 weeks. Is that correctly our current plan?
From my understanding, the current plan is to have the 2 weeks at 25% of the population that come back, dividing that up, or whoever responds yes, divide that into 4 groups, and carry out that plan for 2 weeks. And then on the 19th, if we're in orange, we can increase to 50%. But I thought we were committed for 2 weeks to have that plan where everybody comes onto campus one time, goes through all, or 12, sorry, comes onto campus 2 days, goes to each class one time during that 2 week period. And then we have time to reassess. Your comment about having another date for students to opt in, I'm not sure how, if you've seen the survey questions or not, but in the survey questions, when you respond yes, there's an opportunity to respond at what tier you're comfortable coming back into. So the majority of families are saying, yes, I want to opt in, and I'm opting into the red tier. So, you know, for us, that's 439 families are going to come in when it's a red tier. But at the orange tier, there's an additional 67 families that will come on at the orange tier. And then when it gets to yellow, there's an additional 28 families that will come onto campus at the yellow tier. So in a sense, if they're not comfortable and they still think they have an interest in coming back when the tiers are in a better situation and we're in a less restrictive tier, they have the opportunity to tell us that now. And that's what we've been messaging out is tell us you're opting in because you can always opt out easier later. So that's the messaging that's been going around our you know, for our staff have been saying that. And I've been saying that to some parents that have been on the fence as well. Go ahead and opt in. And if you don't decide it's for you, you can always decide not to come. I know that's not ideal for numbers and for planning, but that's the reality of it. It's easier to opt in and then just decide not to come later.
Okay, so on both those points, first, I think many people are choosing not to come, not out of COVID fear, but because they just aren't convinced the experience will be better, and that is what could change after they hear from their friends what the experience is. I'm hopeful that the experience will be very good and that people will hear, oh, it's better than I thought, and then want to go. And that has nothing to do with COVID risk. So the questions don't have any way to capture that. You know, if it turns out that your friends say it's wonderful, would you then want to go? Because that wasn't really a choice. So that's my point of a second, you know, a time in April for a May date would be for people. I'm hopeful that this is going to be very good and that people will like it and more people will want to do it when they hear that. So on that point, and then on the percentage, I mean, the point, my understanding of why it was 25% for the first 2 weeks was because of COVID risk and that we wanted to have very spaced out classrooms because we know that close to 50% is close to max capacity 6 foot distance, but at 25, we were thinking we would have much bigger distance for the first 2 weeks. But if we already know a lot of students have opted out, that means that the students who have opted in can be there with that same distancing. So it wasn't about in my mind, it was 25% of the entire campus is invited back and we'll see who goes. And now it's turned into, we are making people commit one or the other before. So it's the total number on the campus that is the critical issue to me. And it just seems like we get more kids, more time in class with approaching it as the capacity of the classroom and not the percentage of the student body. Anyway, that was my understanding, and it sounds like it's moved in a different direction from my understanding. And I think it'd be better for kids to do it the other way.
Okay,
that's it for me, Alan.
Okay, we have additional comments from Grace.
Yes, hi. I wanted to share the perspective for what Sequoia site is doing. So we've done the calls, we've done the emails, and Sequoia is taking a very creative approach with asking teachers to present during class for 1 or 2 minutes and give the kind of the space to the students in class of the opt-out form. And then also if students are on campus, they're also going to make space or allow space for the students on campus to also give them the assistance to do the opt-in form as well. So I just thought I'd throw that out there that that was one of the creative approaches at Sequoia High School. Thanks.
Thank you. And Edith?
I wanted to clarify because all of this is actually spelled out in the MOU that's on the next agenda item. And the plan that was proposed by the district that ended up in the ultimate agreement and that we ratified said that the population of the sites would be broken into 25, 4 groups, roughly 25% each. And that in that first 2-week period, assuming that the colored tiers work, right? In that first 2-week period, no more than 25% of students could then be on campus, because a school might have all of their students opt in, so they can't create a group that's bigger than 25%. And then after those 2 weeks, 2 of those groups would be merged together. And part of that was in recognition of the possibility that we would be in a more restrictive tier like red in the first 2 weeks, and trying to keep the numbers and exposure in any given setting as low as we could while still offering the chance to reopen. And secondly, because going from 0 students to cohorts of students to students actually physically changing rooms and using the restroom and accessing other facilities on campus is going to be a huge ramp up. And so that 2 weeks at smaller capacity gives us the opportunity to make sure that all the planning that the sites are doing now can be implemented. It makes sense to me that the sites are splitting those groups up based on who's responding, so that you don't have 1 2-day period where, luck of the draw, 80% of that group responded yes, and you've got a bunch of kids on campus, and you had another 2-day period where 20% of the kids responded yes, and you have very light classes. This will allow it to be more regular for teachers and students as it's implemented. But from a planning standpoint, the sites and the teachers need to know who is expected on campus, how many of them there would be. We were kind of blindsided by the fact that the families got questions about what color tier they wanted to come back in. We don't get that option, and we didn't know that that option was being provided to students. So it's still a little unclear to teachers what's going to happen, and whether I'm going to know which kids are in person and which kids are at home on any given day, and how much I can plan. But teachers need to know that information so that they can plan when you're setting up group projects. Are you going to put a bunch of virtual students together so that they can work in a breakout room while you put students who are in person together? Because if there's 4 of them in the room, they can talk in the room and have a conversation. So there's a lot of reason that we needed this information, and it can't just be whoever, but the 25% and 50% are the maximum total if everyone opted in, not that if 50% of the students opt in across a district, then they would be on campus every day. That isn't what's in the agreement.
Safi?
Yeah, so it's kind of a related question, but so I was just wondering to clarify what I just heard. So after we do the process of letting people opt in or opt out, if at a school site like MA, only 50% of people of the student population said they wanted to go back, after those first 2 weeks, they'd still be split into a group of half of them come back on Monday and Tuesday, and the other half comes Thursday and Friday, even though that would be 25% capacity, not 50% capacity.
I think that's what I understand from what we've seen. Is that accurate, Superintendent Leach?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that right now.
Oh, okay. All right, so it sounds like, what I'm hearing is some board interest in looking to ways we can continue to maximize student presence on campus within the terms of the agreements that have been reached so far. But, recognizing that there's a whole lot of scheduling work ahead as the result of all of this. And I would, having run out of hands, I would kind of throw in, all of this information gets me noodling at it as well in a logistical manner and kind of saying, how can we maximize and what can we do? We've established patterns of wanting to pilot, wanting to build up carefully, wanting to build success on success. But we're also, with this feedback for the first time, we're really getting a strong, clear graphical picture of what percentage of participation we can expect with students. So it does put a different level of capping on the numbers we've got to work with. So what I would say is, as we go through the scheduling, I want our staff to be working on continuing to maximize the amount of student presence we can manage within all of the careful boundaries we've put together to date. So obviously we know we are bounded at least by the 6-foot social distancing and at least for the foreseeable timing. We know that we're bounded by the agreement that we're about to look over. But within those two characteristics and the actual capacities of our classroom, I would want us to look at everything we can do. Because I think what I've seen this evening would indicate that we currently expect that those first 2 weeks we would have probably 1/8 of our students on the campus at any time. And the following cycle, we would then probably have 1/4 of our students on the campus at any time. And we have been hoping that the upside might be double that. So I would not want to slam the door without at least a good faith effort to say, are there ways we can manage all the information we've got to get as many students as possible on campus? When I look at it in terms of a typical classroom, if we're looking at 27.5 across the campus, a quarter would be 7, a half would be 14. And if we're, using half of those numbers, then we're talking about the difference between 7 per class those first 2 weeks and 3 or 4 per class. We're talking about the difference between 14 and 7 in the following 2 weeks. And all of the safe limits that we've worked out would allow up to those larger numbers. And I would want to not just be limited to going with half that based on these responses, if we can work it out. So again, it's not to be cavalier with the complexity of all of the scheduling and challenges and commitments and protections we have in place, but it's likewise not to be cavalier with the opportunity to maximize the student participation on campus within the boundaries we've established. So I just want the scheduling effort to try to balance those things as much as possible. And I believe that's in alignment with what both Rich and Satvik have had to say so far.
President Sarver, can I just
yeah.
make one clarification? You referenced the number 27.5.
Just you know, as a contractual way to look at an average district wide. But I know there's a lot of variance around that.
Yeah, that's not our average class size is more in the 30, 33 range. The 27.5 is just a figure determined used for staffing. That doesn't indicate what our average class size is across the district. So, you know, I know it's a small number difference, but it does make a difference when you look at capacity, what 50% is, what 25% is. So you're really looking at a class size average of more like 33 per class and not 27.5. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Richard. Yeah. Simone?
I just want to reiterate how important it is as that we roll this out, that we do start small. Even if it is, some of our classrooms, you can fit 8 students socially distanced. The smallest classrooms on our campus, you will have 8 students in there, right? So we are now balancing how many, right, students per class, where they circulate, knowing when and where everybody is, what restroom they're assigned to, where they're eating lunch, so that we can effectively contact trace if we have to. So part of the planning is also knowing where students are and when, right? So we can then go and do all the investigation should we have to. Hopefully we won't have as many, cross my fingers, but we have to be prepared for that. We have 8 weeks, 9 weeks, right, with finals. This needs to be our trial run, and we need to gradually increase capacity. And I would be really, really concerned if we were going to change what we all are planning for now and then change again come the next tier. And as we're finishing the year, planning for next year, making sure we can launch August, planning for all those great things. So I would just urge everybody to consider this is the big shift back. We want to make it work. We want to get it right. We want to be successful. And that I would go with what the understanding was based on the MOU and based on how we have moved forward to prepare for the return for students, knowing that come April 19th, right, we will have of those who opted in, 2 groups coming, right, 2 days a week. Let us get this right so that we can launch more and better in the fall. That would just be my my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you have your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to reiterate what Simone just said, because if you read what some of the folks who have returned to school have said, if you imagine, and even what we've learned ourselves from the students who went into cohorts, one, wearing a mask all day for a student who's been home, freely eating when they feel like it, taking off their mask when they feel like it, is going to be very difficult. I've also read that people don't realize how thirsty they get. And also for some students and adults, how fatiguing it is, because taking deep breaths is a little different when you have to wear a mask for 7 hours. And keep in mind, this, we're asking the students to essentially wear a mask for hours at a time, only taking it off when they're outside to eat for that little bit of time. You'll also notice that a lot of folks who talk about coming back, they talk about coming back in shorter periods of time to do SEL, to do team building, to do get to know you again, because we need to smooth back in this idea of, oh, we're together again. Because another thing that's been interesting is that children are being triggered by things you would never imagine because they haven't been coexisting in this way physically. So all of these things we want to be mindful of means that we need to take it slow, take it carefully, and be very thoughtful about the human whole body, whole child that is coming back from being in many cases, you know, even if you're living in housing circumstances that aren't the best, you still have a much better, more comfortable seating situation, and you don't have to wear your mask, and you frankly can eat when you want. I mean, those are things that for a teenager is very important. And to Simone's point, we want to do it well. And to do it well, you always start small and thoughtful. So thank you, Simone, for ringing that bell. And I just want to ring it again.
you. Shanice.
So I'll get on my high horse again. That is why SEL and mental health is so important, because coming out of transition, if you are a human, it doesn't matter where you live or what you're going through. Coming out of crisis, everyone has been in a crisis, everybody. And so there is this transition period in which we need to just step a little bit in the grass at a time. And so to begin to reacclimate ourselves to coming back to becoming normal, if that makes sense. And so I'm very happy to hear about what Crystal is talking about with the mental health task force, or the action team, I think is what she called it. And so this is really important. We may want to take off that Band-Aid and just say, go, but we really need to think about the individual kids. I know I had kids in my personal life, the friends and neighbors, and all of a sudden they go to different schools in our district, and they're having a little anxiety about, like, how am I going to be around everybody? And, what if I don't do so well? What if I do great? What if I don't want to talk to anybody? Like, all these different things that come into play. So my hope is that as Crystal and the team are looking at this, and I know it will fold out over time, of how we're really going to help kids manage their coping skills, as well as the adults in their life. And that includes the teachers, the bus drivers, the classified staff, the parent volunteers who are going to be there, that we're all in this trauma-informed stance, which is not what's wrong with you, but really what happened and how can I help you, and maybe just bring in a springboard. And I think that's all kids. And I think it could be very powerful how we transform our communities by the way we are being in those environments. So thank you so much for mentioning that.
Okay. I appreciate that really good feedback that we stirred up. And I appreciate very much the overall report, the depth of detail. I mean, one of the things that we're clearly taking away at this point is that we have made a transition from trying to orchestrate the commitment to the return to campus and an overarching time frame for doing that, to the details of implementation. And there is a completely different level of engagement and effort involved in that. Not by any means to undervalue the huge amount of commitment and engagement that has been ongoing throughout every step of this. But not only everybody that I'm looking at in this meeting, but our staff throughout the entire district, there is yet another level of depth of engagement and time and mental energy and full out effort that is pouring out at this point. So I want to thank everyone for that and appreciate how again and again we are asking and getting from every level of our staff this tremendous investment in doing it right and taking care of our kids and taking care of our community. And it is tremendously exciting to be moving so dramatically in the direction we are now. And just to everybody, I want to say, please feel deeply appreciated and do keep up with the great, strong work that you're doing and continue to take care of yourselves. Okay. Let's move on to the next piece of discussion around this, or action around this, which is the approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Sequoia Union High School District, and not just one of our high schools, and the Sequoia District Teachers Association.
Did you want me to address this, Superintendent Leach?
Yes, please, Dr. McAvoy.
Good evening. It's really a pleasure to bring this to you tonight. It's been a long road, and there's been many people that have been involved in the development of this MOU. And I look at it like a Venn diagram. So that ages me, I know, immensely, with the students at the center. And it's not just SDTA who has been involved, but it's also our classified staff and our administrators. And Grace is right, the communication is absolutely critical. In developing this MOU, we looked at health and safety protocols, and we had been looking at those all along. And in fact, many of our classified staff have been working on site and have been following those health and safety protocols. So we did codify those. We made sure that it's very, very clear what they would be and what teachers would have access to. We also took a look at the recommendation of coming back on April 5th with an introductory period or a transition period 2 weeks before that for teachers. We are putting together a checklist right now at each of the sites so the teachers can come in, they can take a look at their technology, they can take a look at the protocols, what bathroom am I going to use, how am I going to check in every day. All of those things need to be up and running and practiced to a certain extent before students will join us on April 5th. So it has been a great effort. I really, Greg Wojcinski and Edith head the team for SDTA, and it was really a collaborative effort to get to where we are. I'd also like to thank the negotiations team for management. There's IVP and AVP, special ed representative and a principal on our team, and that helps us really think about the logistics. We're not going to be able, in an MOU, you can't possibly answer every question or predict everything that's going to happen. But what you can do is agree that as you move through a process, you're going to communicate and communicate. And when you think you're done, you're going to communicate some more. So I'm happy to bring this MOU for tonight for your approval.
Thank you. I see at least one attendee hand going up, and I anticipate there may be some others that have something to add to this before the board discusses it and takes action. But if one hand is all we get, we can go ahead and have that comment. But please, audience, be advised, if you would also like to throw something in there, please let us know now so we can plan on it. I see two, Abigail Corman and Tricia Barr. Okay, so we will hear from those two, beginning with Abigail.
Thank you. While I know we need to move toward in-person instruction at some point, and folks have been working tremendously hard to ensure it happens safely, I need to ask, why are we doing this on this specific timeline? And do the benefits of this timeline outweigh any negative impacts? My answer is no, but I'm asking each member to explain their answer before they vote tonight or push to postpone the vote. I want to know what our district and board have as intentions, because I fear the impact is not landing how it was intended. I feel this plan is rushed, and from my lens, this rush negatively impacts many of our historically disadvantaged students needing this solution the most, those who we often say we're advocating on behalf of. I ask you to ensure that all students who have already been identified as needing access to internet have their needs addressed first and completely. I have heard, for example, that connectivity cohorts may be dissolved on a site-by-site basis. And I have heard things like, We're working on connecting with those families. But I'm asking for a mandate from you, assuring the students who have already been identified as needing daily basic access have it first. My most immediate concern is my current students who I'm nervous will not be able to take advantage of coming on campus because of this timeline. And why? Because families have received emails to inform them of this gigantic step we're taking as a district. They had 1 week to submit their survey. Sites were left to complete outreach themselves. The district website has no information even right now on how to submit this survey. It doesn't even say to look on Infinite Campus or when the survey is due. This is true for a majority of school websites as well. I ask, have you ever missed seeing an important email? Have you ever had a week where you missed a text or a phone call? I know I have, and I'm gonna guess you have too. I ask this to give the grace we'd expect to many community members in this situation. I ask us to keep in mind we know we have difficulty reaching out to and hearing from families in certain zip codes based on our very recent LCAP data, but we've done nothing new to increase access. We've actually done the opposite. This is through no fault of site administration or site parent coordinators, but because of the plan's specific timeline. If you feel it's impossible to postpone this vote until there are more specific measures in place to ensure our most disadvantaged students are prioritized, I need to know why you're voting yes and feel this is the best plan the district could make. Before you cast your vote tonight, please share why, what it is it's making you take this vote, and what you expect to see the district implement before April 5th. Thank you.
Okay, Tricia Barr.
There, thank you. I was waiting for the little button. So thanks. I just wanted to chime in on this. I'm a parent of 3 kids, 2 at Menlo Atherton and 1 at Menlo Park City School District, who's been back in school since October. And I am so thrilled that there are vaccinations for teachers and staff. We've been seeing schools all over the country and the world reopen without vaccination. So I'm so thrilled that that's the case. I don't feel like this plan is rushed at all. This is something that, last year when it was completely asynchronous for our students, this is something that there's been ample time to plan on. I've heard, again, colleagues and friends around the world, the country, as well as other districts and states who have opened up. And I think we're moving dreadfully slow in comparison in getting kids back to campus. So it is time. It's way beyond time. This reopening, I mean, I agree that April isn't ideal. This actually should have happened in March. Just like Palo Alto has opened this week with 50% of the kids on campus at the comprehensive high schools as the same size as ours. From a scheduling standpoint and making sure that we get kids on campus and maximize the capacity, the schedules are the same. We're not having kids change their schedules. It can be, again, this could have been done even easier if we did something like Palo Alto, where 50% of the students returned at a time and were just split by the alphabet, and half the kids could return 2 days a week, the other half could return the other 2 days a week from the get-go. We've been in the red tier since the last week of February, and we should have had a plan for this much sooner. So if anything, contrary to the previous speaker, I think we've been moving far too slow. And, to Satvik's point and to President Sarver's point, I'd like to see the district, up to the 50% capacity, have students in class as much as possible in person on campus. And my read of the MOU says that is within the parameters of what you would approve tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This is a board action item. Let's hear what the board has to say. I thought I saw Shanice's hand go up briefly, but yeah, since I saw Shanice first and then it went down and back up, let's start with Shanice. I'll get to Chris.
I'm sorry. Are we voting now or just saying
No,
what?
I think we'll talk a little bit till we get to ready for a motion.
So the question of what the speaker said, not Trisha, but the one before that, she wanted to know our why. Should we do that during the vote or should we do that now?
You can go ahead and talk about, yeah, your answer to that, why you support things.
Okay, thanks. So I want to be clear as to why I'm in favor of what we are doing. This has been a long road, and I hear Trisha say that we should have been back earlier, and I appreciate her opinion, as she knows I do, and I can't change what happened months ago. But as we move forward, there's something that has significantly changed, which is our environment, vaccinations, and more education. So it wasn't a moving target as to what's happening in our environment. I think every day, between March and December, I didn't know who and what I was when it came to my health and the environment and my mama and my daddy and all these people who were across the country dealing with this. And particularly if I want to talk about health inequities, the impact in some of the communities that I live in, that I look like, I would have said, I'm not ready for that. But as we move into our environment getting ready, but also going around to the learning pods that have done well by some of our kids. But we also know that when I went to a few learning pods most recently in the last, oh my goodness, Crystal, maybe 3 weeks. I went to a couple of more learning pods because I didn't get around to all the schools, and that was my final thing I wanted to do because I like to do my own assessment and pull contextual knowledge together as well as data and things of that sort. And when I see a young person from my own community of East Palo Alto, although that's not the only reason why I'm doing this, and I see them in their wonderful pods, their attendance went up and their grades went up and their computers are as flat as a book and they're spinning in their chair listening, but saying, I'm just tired of this. So for me, give the knowledge, the data, the contextual knowledge, and the little kid, not the little kid, I'm sorry, the student who is spinning saying, I'm just tired. That was enough for me to say, we're tired of being tired. And it's time for us to get back to school in ways that work for my family. When I think of that context, I also know that there are a lot of families who are like myself, who was grappling with whether or not to come back. If my child with a medical condition, I don't know if I would come back. This is not about how great the teaching is. Health comes first. And so for some families, that's what they're grappling with. That's what they're grappling with, the impacts of COVID and on their, not on their lives, but I'm talking on their livelihoods. And so people had to make decisions. So when I think of this decision that is put forth, it is the most equitable decision I can make. Actually, it's the most respectful decision because it respects a family to have choice. And I know in the back of my mind, it's not going to be perfect, but I think it's a transition to get us back to full school. And I think we need to start moving in that direction. As we come out of crisis, the next step is becoming normal, not normal, becoming normal, back to normal. And that is a slow, gradual process. So for me, this decision is about education, about supporting people non-judgmentally, whether or not they want to go to school or whether they want to in person or they want to stay at home. And I think we have incredible teachers who are making it work. Some are struggling either way because they're living in a crisis too, but I honor them and I honor their time. I honor their presence. But I will say in my daughter's language, it is time for some of us to get back to in-person school because we need it. And it is the great equalizer when you're thinking about equity, when you're thinking about access, when you're thinking about growth and development and being adults beyond the high school, that we need to get back to providing education in the way that it was intended to, which was in person. That was the model. And so I think it's time to move towards that way. I think you're absolutely right in the sense of making sure kids get what they need. I know that that is the data that I have been looking at as far as, you know, how was it before? Is it different now? We need that reflective moment so that we can make sure kids always get computers, not because of DL, distance learning, but because it's part of, it's like a textbook, it's part of what we do. And that we are partnering with the community. There's some wonderful things that came out of this process that I know that it's hard, but when we're able to take that deep breath and the brain and the brain gets some air and some oxygen, that we're able to say, woo, we went through this, but I'm sure glad we learned this, right? And there's some other things we want to throw away because we don't want to repeat those, right? And so for me, this decision is the most respectful and equitable decision because I believe all families can make their own decisions. And some we're going to have to reach out more for that to happen. But needless to say, even with barriers, we are able to make our own decisions. And that's why this decision supports serving all families and all kids the best way we can during this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Chris, you have to say.
Wow, there's so much of what our colleague Shawnee Stevens had said that I agree with. I just endorse it. But let me, I guess to simplify for me, my thinking is this, that one, the MOU represents a great case of good faith bargaining that I want to recognize. That really lots of effort was put in on both sides of the table. Good faith in the sense of coming to compromise on difficult issues, finding a middle ground between something happening too soon or too late, and whether it's the right percent of students or not. And so I want to recognize that successful good faith bargaining effort. The second is to say, I think my primary motivations for supporting it are twofold. One, that lots of students need a social, emotional reason to get back to campus. Even more, for me at least, what I recognize, than the instructional contributions or benefits is actually being close to someone. And we're reading a lot about that. And I think we need to make that happen soon. The second motivation is, as Shani said, to get back on the path as quickly as possible to resuming some normalcy and getting back to school. Final point I'll make is we have seen problems that need to be addressed. I think of the first speaker's comment about internet connectivity. I'm certain there will be more problems that come up in this transition. And I guess I trust that teachers and site administrators and district staff will be working on those things. If we still have students who don't have appropriate connectivity, that's obviously essential. And I look forward to us addressing those problems as soon as possible.
Thanks. Rich?
Thanks. So just to answer my why, I also support the MOU. The CDC indicates that schools should be reopened before bars and restaurants and movie theaters. I know we don't directly get governed by the CDC, but that's something to consider. The state of California said that high schools can resume in red with 6 foot distance. We're planning to have the 6 foot distance. I think the county metrics are actually orange today. So that's on the safety side. And then on the other side, I got a lot of letters from a lot of families who said that their children were doing poorly in distance learning, that they were suffering, and that there is risk to staying closed. There is risk to students who are at home with mental health issues, with learning loss issues, with whatever other problems are coming from being locked up at home and distance learning. And so it's weighing two things. And to me, this is the right balance. So that's the why. And I also, like Chris, want to thank all the people who voted for the MOU. Really impressed with the 90% advance rate. I think that shows a lot of unity around this, and there was good faith bargaining. I don't think anybody got everything they wanted, but I appreciate the vote that all the unit members took to pass this MOU, and I look forward to voting yes on it when the time comes.
Thank you. And to me too, I wanted to start with that 91% figure, because that says so much to me. First of all, about our staff, our faculty in the district. Better than 9 out of 10 of them have agreed that they want to take this opportunity to get back in the classroom with their students. It's their great commitment to the community that this is the right thing and the right time to be doing for the students we all serve. It's a commitment to each other that your colleagues are ready to be there with you, side by side, 6 feet apart, getting this done, and doing the work of making sure it's safe, healthy, effective, productive, going through that ramping up process to be really, really sure that every bit of it is successful, as our principals have laid out so strenuously. For the SDTA bargaining team, what this means is that you really did the job well. You came up with an agreement that was adopted by more than 90% of your membership. You bargained in good faith on behalf of your members and got what they approved of. For the district staff and all of the team throughout the district that have been working to prepare and get ready for this moment, it shows this hard work has been done in good faith and is seen and appreciated. To our community, it means that the district is strongly unified in giving you what the community needs, including the choice that the community needs, including awareness and care for the concerns that many community members also have raised about it. And the community voting and input to this is continuing with the opt-in process. And that choice being expressed there will allow those who are ready to participate to do so. Those who are not ready to take the path of safety that they choose. We also need to be respectful not only of the 9% of our faculty who voted against the ratification, but also all of those who made what they felt was the best choice between difficult choices and are still somewhat nervous about risks that they're taking to do the right thing. That everything that is being done here is to promote not only student well-being and quality of learning, but safety at the core of it all. And this is structured in a way that gives us ramp up time to be proving and enhancing all of the safety measures that have been created and implemented, to ramp up and practice with fewer students on the way to more students and on the way to greater and greater success, and that everyone is being listened to. The questions about why we are choosing to support this. This deliberation has been done in public by the board over many, many meetings with vast amounts of community input. We have had more community participation and input and strong voice on this effort than on anything that has gone on in this district in the 11 years I've been on the board. And I think for a long time before that as well. We have listened, we have understood, we have respected, we have deliberated based on all of that input. And I am confident, as our other board members have expressed, that we are now at the point of approving the decision that we've all worked jointly to reach, to serve our students properly, to serve our staff and community properly, and to move on to the next step. And so I am thrilled to be in support of this agreement and move forward with it. If we don't have other input from board members, I would welcome a motion.
I move to approve item 14.1.
And I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimously passed. I want to congratulate everybody in the district that has been involved in this effort. I want to congratulate our community on your support in getting to this point. And I very much look forward to the coming weeks as we implement this and bring more and more of our students and staff back on campus. I think that we would all be well served by a brief break so that we can move on to the next item with good focus. And those that are kind of done with their evening as of this item can move on. It's 9:07. How about if we break until 9:15?
Sounds good. Thank you, Alan.
Okay. All right, I think we'll be complete as soon as Shanice rejoins us.
I'm back, Alan.
Okay, good deal. Then we are ready to move into approval of the 2020-21 second interim report.
Okay, let's hope I'm not too rusty on this as we go through second interim. Let me share my screen. Definitely my first love in the budget. Let me move all of you. Okay. Can everyone see my screen okay? Actually can't move everybody out, so I'm gonna be working off too. So, okay, good evening. So second interim.
Crystal, can you the size of the font so people can see it?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Control Alt plus plus. There you go.
Okay, so second interim is a financial reporting period of July 1 through January 31st of a fiscal year. During the year, the financials are reported a few times throughout the year. As you can see from the timeline, we actually operate and monitor our finances within a two-year cycle for the most part. So second interim is really it's standalone right here, as you see for March. It has to be approved prior to March 15th. And so as we head into the budget cycle, we'll be working on the adopted budget for 21-22, as well as estimated actuals for 2021. And so this is a requirement. It's mandated under AB 1200 that the board be presented and take action on the certification related to interim financial reports. So there are three types of approvals or certifications for financial reports. There's positive. That means the district will meet its financial obligations for the current year and then the two subsequent fiscal years. A qualified means that you will meet your financial obligations in only of one of the current year and then one of the other two subsequent years. And then a negative means you will not be able to meet your financial obligations in any of the three reporting year cycles. So I am happy to present to you tonight. I'm sure it's no surprise that we present a positive certification for the second interim report. So what is it included? So this narrative is basically a condensed version of about 200 pages of financial reporting that's done at a state level. That is very difficult for even the most brilliant of person to understand governmental accounting, and especially how school districts actually have to report their finances. So to kind of break it down, I create a narrative that obviously gives a little bit more example of the things that we're really focused on. So our main revenue piece comes from property taxes. As you know, we are a basic aid district, also known as community funded district. So in the past, we've been tracking in past years above 7%. We all remember growth in home sales in the Bay Area, the increased amount of property taxes, which resulted in very much an increase in revenue to our district. So we can see over the past 4 years that it was increased over prior year, any rate, all above 7%. But we knew that this was going to be leveling off. Even prior to COVID, we were aware that we were going to be leveling off. So for the next 4 years, sorry about the scrolling, for the next 4 years. So right now for 2021, we're projected just below 5%. This will continue to go up slightly. It's hard to say where we'll end up in the era of COVID. And then we're about a little less than 5% for projection on the out years. What is a little concerning for us, where we are not sure about what's going on with property tax, is regarding the unsecured roll. So that's the commercial property, right? So when we think of property taxes, and it's more like, well, homes are selling, there's not vacant property, so why are we concerned about the property taxes? And so there are several different types of taxes that go into our revenue related to property tax. So at budget adoption, we projected the property tax would be about 5% over prior year. So we show on track through that through second interim. So we do receive revenue from other sources. We do, even though we are a basic aid and community funded district, we do receive some minimum state aid funding, as well as federal revenue. We had an increase in revenue of about $601,000. This was additional, basically COVID money and additional Title I. And it's really about federal revenue is often recognized when it's received. Revenue has been a little unstable as far as awards being issued this year, just related to COVID. We know that the state made significant budget changes from how we usually plan the budget, which is during May revise, to budget adoption for the state level, and then changes well into September related to COVID. So it was really an off year related to how we would process some of the numbers for our projections. Other state revenue, we have an overall increase of just under 300,000. This was transfer of cleanup of some energy funds, prior energy funds from Summit. For most of our charter schools, we are a pass-through. So when they receive special funding from state projects like related to the clean energy, I think that was also known as another Prop 30, we have to pass through that money. So that's why you see some of those differences between first interim and to second interim. We also have local revenue sources. So this includes any revenue we would receive from leases and rentals, interagency services, and any site-based activities. So these are obviously significantly impacted by COVID-19. And so we actually see, when at first interim, we reduced to really just base off the projections based off of actuals that we're going to receive. So we have had an increase from first interim of about 700,000. Projected contributions to special ed restricted programs have increased approximately 121,000 from first interim. I would say that's, I'm super happy to see such a stable projection from first interim to second interim for that, and then we can reevaluate the contributions as we head into estimated actuals. Since there's, we're ramping up to come back, and we know that additional services are going to kick in within some of our special education programs. It's important that we don't reduce any of that budget until we can see what comes to fruition. So another part of our budget is related to our expenditures. The majority of our expenditures are definitely in salaries and benefits across the district. So certificated salaries has an increase about 225,000 from first interim. Again, we realized our raises that were settled. I believe they settled in December, however, they settled after the first interim window. Those are offset by other adjustments. So actually you don't see just a straight across the board increase. We had some adjustments for staffing changes, and then within our CTEG program, as well as additional COVID-related resources to salary additional hours, the cohorts we've been doing, ramping up for a return and so forth. That's more on the classified salaries. Classified salaries was a decrease overall of about $200,000. This was due to a reduction in sub and overtime costs. So those are budgeted based off of prior years. Much of those expenses have not been realized thus far related to COVID. Employee benefits increased about $350,000. This was an adjustment from health and welfare costs from the 2021 benefit year, slightly offset by statutory benefit reductions. So our books and supplies increased about $500,000 over first interim, all related to COVID supplies and supporting the return. Some of these were offset by decreases in expenditures through our MAD program. We approved, I believe, that MAD resolution at the previous board meeting. So those are facility taxes that we receive to keep the upkeep of our fields and so forth that the public uses. So graciously gives us that additional tax money. Services and other operating expenditures had a decrease of about $300,000. Again, this is a decrease to CTE related services. These are just more budget adjustments and adjustments in some contracted services that do not appear to be realized through this year related to COVID and modifications in some programs. Capital outlay has increased just over $500,000. This is a reclassification of expenditures to Summit Charter project, so that were previously charged to Fund 14. But this was offset as well by the clean energy funds that were noted in the revenue portion. So we do have, so our main fund is the general fund. That's what we usually spend time talking about, but we do have several other funds. So when we talk about East Palo Alto Academy, so East Palo Alto Academy actually does not sit within our general fund. They sit within their own fund, which is Fund 09. All of our other charter authorizations that we have are independent charters, and so their finances actually do not sit on our books, even though we transfer funds as a pass-through for the state. Fund 11 is our adult ed program, which again has revenues and expenditures. They're funded by consortium and then also by state-funded state funds as well. Fund 13 is our cafeteria fund. The revenues are projected about 2.2 million and expenditures are about 2.3. This fund has a significant contribution from the general fund of just over 1.5 million. This is something that we've looked at over the past 7 years and really need to dive into to see how to reduce this 1.6. Some of the challenge within the cafeteria fund is related to the revenue is very fixed. This year, again, off year because of COVID and the amount of meals that we've provided to all families, and we're waiting for reimbursements. So some of that revenue will be recognized. They haven't given us a reimbursement rate for a lot of those programs that we signed up for. So I believe that by the end of the year, that will be slightly offset. But with the revenue being fixed, and us giving raises, the increases in the federal and state reimbursement rates related to food does not offset what our raises are each year. So we're going to consistently see that contribution from the general fund. Fund 14 is deferred maintenance fund. We have a 5-year plan for it to work on deferred maintenance. A lot of times deferred maintenance can be put on pause when we have an active bond. And now that our bond is finishing up, we are getting back into the deferred maintenance model. And so revenues are projected at about $860,000 and the expenditures are just under $2 million. Again, this has an ending fund balance. And so that's why you see the expenditure expenditures exceeding what the projected revenue is within that fund. Fund 21 is our building fund, also known as our bond fund. Any revenue that we receive from this fund is just based off of interest in bond sales. And we're still finishing up some projects and paying out some expenditures. We hope to close out this bond by the end of this calendar year. So it's very interesting that bonds actually go, I think they go calendar year. So then we have to do a full audit for the following year. So we have a few projects left, and we will close out that bond. Fund 25 is a capital facilities, also known as developer fees. So the revenue that comes into Fund 25 can only be spent on capital facilities projects, and it's the developer fees that we bring in when we see big property developments go out, whether it's housing or commercial space, as well as people adding onto their homes. Any type of habitable space will also increase the amount of developer fees and revenue that we receive. Fund 35 is, again, another facilities fund. Sequoia District has been very successful in obtaining and making sure that we qualify for all of the state matching funds that are out there for us related to Fund 35. So we have projected revenue of about 19 million in funded projects at the state level that we anticipate receiving, with expenditures around 322,000. So there's a plan for this money. And again, it's capital facilities. It cannot be spent on anything else. Fund 40 is the special reserve fund for us. Revenue is projected about 200,000 from interest. And again, spending down that ending fund balance offsets expenditures that could potentially hit the general fund at just under, just a slightly over 700,000. Fund 71, that's our retirement benefit fund. It's basically a transfer fund, so there's no activity with there. But within our SERP account, our last statement as of December 31st, the value of that CERT account was just under 9 million. So when we look at the interim reports, a main focal point for our planning of our budget is related to multi-year projection, also known as an MYP, which takes current year and then the two out projected years. Now, we are required to only report on 3 years. I keep a minimum of 5, and we've moved to Dina's like terrified of this. We've moved to actually 10 years this year. So we've built it out 10 years. We're in process of filling in those so we can really try to make some long-term planning and get some of these initiatives in and kind of move in a different direction financially with some of our planning. So we see, again, the total revenues in your unrestricted, which is where our property taxes are. You're going to see the stability, but then the 5%, just under the 5% increase for year over year. Restricted tends to stay flat as far as revenue goes. For federal revenue, although I do hear that the Biden administration plans on funding IDEA at 100%, which would be awesome because that's related to our specials. And we all know that our specials are very underfunded when it comes to revenue within school districts. So it's also broken down to large cost centers related to our expenditures. You can see the salaries, employee benefits, and so forth, supplies. So we do see this decrease here in supplies from overall, let's just look at the overall, like 11.2 in current year down to 6. Again, your current supplies and services in current year are going to be elevated because of COVID. So we still are deficit spending. You will deficit spend any time that your expenditures exceed your revenue in a current year. Of course, creating a balanced budget is always desired and continuing to grow that ending fund balance. Then we go into a comparison from adopted budget first interim and then the second interim. So we try to watch our projections here to look for trends so that we can get a little tighter each year on how our projections go. So we can see actually at adopted budget, which is actually done in May. From that to first interim, we actually went down slightly in revenue under the LCFF basic aid, and that was adjustments from the state level. But when you look at the overall total revenue, there was you always see your biggest considerable differences between adopted and first interim. And that's just because projections are realized, again, because budget is done in May, based off of May revise, and in the year of COVID, it definitely makes some changes. So when we look at the total expenditures overall in budget to first interim, so we do not budget raises here. We realize raises when they are approved. And so that's the increase, primarily the increase that you see within the expenditures, as well as the supplies related to COVID. So we still have, I don't think I have it on here, a fairly, I think the percentage wise of reserves are at 6.7. I'm sorry, I don't have that on this narrative, but just over 6% slotted to finish out this year. Our past trends do show that our budget does increase from budget to first interim to second interim, tops out at estimated actuals, and then at unaudited actuals in September, you'll start to see the difference. And that's where you see this change in beginning fund balance. Again, it's done in May. And so you see this beginning fund balance, significant change from May adopted budget to first interim, which is presented in December. And we have explanations for that. So even though we are a basic aid and we are funded based off of property taxes, not ADA, it still is important for us to look at our enrollment. We, through past enrollment studies and projected, are heading enrollment. COVID definitely threw a wrench in enrollment trends because it's just unclear how many students of ours actually left the area as we plan for next year. We do have a bubble coming up through Carlmont, and so we do watch that, but you can see overall the enrollment gross. Again, our charter schools are kept out of this, so our EPA numbers, our APAA numbers are not included in here. And so a lot of times when you see, if you look up on like ed data, what our enrollment is, it's often closer to 10,000 what's reported, and that's because they actually include all of our charters with there as well. So we have, and again, these tend to fluctuate as far as enrollment goes. I think this is based off of pads, which is an October snapshot. So what is next? So this is definitely the season of governance goals and the local control accountability plan, also known as LCAP. These are the main drivers for the budget development. Even though primarily most of our budget is actually located in the initiatives within our LCAP, we are still required to report in this format. So over the next few months, the business department will be meeting with sites and departments, again, to align their expenses related to the LCAP goals and really take a deeper dive, trying to connect the budgets with our initiatives, as we did with our first budget book last year. Again, trying to extend that multi-year projection. We have the 3 to 5 years, which we'll be able to report on. We'll eventually be able to get that out to 10 years. So questions, comments?
Okay, I see Chris's hand up first.
And there are no community, no public input on this?
Not
This
that I've seen yet.
just checking. Crystal, you seem very comfortable in presenting this report to us. In many ways, as usual, the positive certification, I think, is really an easy decision to make because we're blessed with very stable revenue and we've got a strong staff to take care of this for us. So that's what I'm going to support. I had one idea and one question. The question is, I have a recollection that the state was doing some forgiveness on the percent charged for CalSTRS recovery. Will you remind me what that, did we receive the benefit of that this year and it goes back up next year, or?
So that's been consistent for some pension buy downs the last couple of years. So those are in current budget. And then what was released in the January governor's budget release for next year, those are recognized in our out years as well.
Okay, so it'll be relatively stable. That's the state's effort to recover for under recovery of the past, which had been difficult for many districts to pay for, frankly.
Correct. So I think it is important to remember, and I say this actually in a positive light, but it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. When they have additional revenue, they choose how they want to apply that. It's basically one time. So they can call it one-time money, which we've received, or to try to equate it and meet the needs of the constituents in the districts across California. They would also say, we know that you're struggling with pensions, so we're going to do the pension buy down and give you a percentage off for pensions. So either way, it really affects us as one-time money because it kind of resets. I think that's the way I would interpret it, is it resets and then it continues to go back up to fund that mandate, the unfunded mandate.
The smoke and mirrors is not the state fund. The state does not have a large enough fund to support future retirement of teachers, which creates the need to recover more there. But,
correct.
You're working that into the budget detail. The other comment I wanted to make was it might be good practice for us to have the budget subcommittee meet before each of the interims. This year, I think there were really exceptional reasons not to do that, but it would give us a little more time to dig in, I think, on these issues. Next year. That's it.
Okay, Carrie.
Only a comment. I had not heard that the Biden administration was thinking about fully funding IDEA. How did I miss that? That is the most exciting news I have heard. Even if it's not, even at 100%, just substantial improvement would be wonderful for our special ed students.
So that was a conversation that was talked about during the campaign trail. So again, I think because we're looking at COVID packages, we haven't really heard anything about it, but it's the first time I've been doing this 20 plus years. This is the first time I've heard that type of commitment to get us to that point. So it's definitely encouraging. It's very encouraging.
Okay. Shanice.
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if it belongs here, Crystal, just tell me where it belongs. But I had heard that with the reopening, the state level is giving incentive for people to come back. Where does that lie? But not people to come back, the districts who open, right? And I think we're only, I think it's only a 4-day discount that we would have on our budget. Where does that lie within what you're saying?
So that is not captured within this because this goes financials reported through January 31st. And then it also depends on when we actually are able to receive that award letter. So we are slotted to receive additional federal money, just under 2.8 million. And then also we will go after any state money available in regards to reopening.
Okay, so that's just on top, that's not even what we're planning for right now or what we've spent. So that would be new money to us then.
That would be new money to us, yes.
Thank you.
Edith. Was that your hand going down because you didn't want to speak, Edith?
Yes, no. I put my hand down rather than unmute myself. Sorry. Too many buttons, too late at night. I just wanted to clear up what might be a slight misconception there. In our understanding, our district wouldn't have the 4-day penalty on that money because we are on spring break, and a spring break that's been established, a year ahead of the governor's, arbitrary April 1st deadline. And so because our plan opens as soon as we potentially could, following that April 1st deadline, then our district should count as if we were opening on April 1st in terms of having the eligibility for those grants.
I always try to be leery of any deadline that's set at April 1st anyhow. It's along the lines of just fooling. My contribution here is another piece of correspondence, which is I received February 24th from the San Mateo County Office of Education, which confirmed our approval of the first interim. And so that is another level of confidence of how good this all works. And so it's yet another way in which I feel quite confident at what we're looking at. It's certainly striking to see the change from the 7.5+% per rate of revenue increase that we had been looking at to be cut back to projections of 5. But I think, in general, our outlook has always been a little bit more conservative than our recent history. And by the same token, we've seen more transition and craziness going on in large cash activity during this pandemic than anything in memory. So I think it is good to have those conservative numbers in the base and leave opportunity for positive surprises down the road. But this leaves me very confident, and I appreciate the effort in the presentation. My one disappointment, Crystal, is that you had promised me that you were actually going to put on another hat for this. And I do want to compliment you for how well you are juggling hats. This is a reflection of the very substantial full-time job you hold all the time, even in addition to the tremendous job you have been doing in the interim superintendent role in the most challenging era of our district's history. So not only great appreciation for the good report and the good news it contains, but for the tremendous work you and your team have been doing to get us to this point. And if I'm not seeing any other comments, I would welcome a motion of approval.
I move to approve the second interim report with its positive certification.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Okay, that is unanimously approved. And this brings us closer to the end of the evening with Board of Trustees and Superintendent's comments, committee reports, and agenda setting.
I'd like to, Krista, you tell me, are we able to put mental health or equity on the agenda yet? I know I keep asking, but it hasn't stuck in my head when, so.
We so back in December, we had originally for this year had scheduled a study session with Nicole Anderson, who's a consultant that the board has been working with around equity. And we had to kind of change scope a little bit to work on COVID and reopening. So we do still have that if we choose to fit that in between now and the end of the year. You know, mental health, we need to get, my recommendation would be for us to get open for April and then come back with how things are going, how's our services look, you know, what are we doing? I mean, we have some different partnerships that we have that we're solidifying, and that mental health action team is definitely ramping up. So we should be able to have extensive reports from that, I would imagine, after we open.
So maybe them in April, since that's more immediate, but in May, equity?
So May is a busy month. You know, we have already a study session in May with LCAP and the budget, but we can see what's available for the consultant. For the equity study session, it is not, it's not a terrible amount of staff time when we think of that as far as the considerations of that conversation goes, because we actually have a facilitator that's working through that study session. I still have to plan that though with her.
Okay. I would hope that we can have that by May before the end of the year, is what I would hope.
Okay.
I hope it's April, but I could deal with May.
Okay. Rich.
So I've got two items that are not near-term agenda items. Just want to bring it to my colleagues' attention. Likely both will be stuff that happens in the fall. One, there's a county project called Data Zone. The County Office of Education is working with Santa Clara County. I've talked to Bonnie and Crystal about this. I've talked to some people at the county office. There's been communication between the superintendents, and just the high level spirit of it is compared to unified districts where the high school has all the records of the students from kindergarten through 8th grade. We have less amount of data here in our district. And this is an effort at a countywide level to make our system with feeder districts and high school districts more comparable on a data sense to districts that are unified. So it's something I think super important. I'm kind of seeing what I can do at the board level to help keep it moving. And at some point we'll get an update about it, probably in the fall. Just want to bring your attention. So if you hear Data Zone, you'll know it's something that may be coming our way. And the second, I participated in a CSBA webinar on Monday about redistricting. And this will definitely be coming our way because after every census, any agency that has areas like we do, areas A, B, C, D, E, you have to review the area lines with new census data. We recently had a census, so it will be time. I wasn't part of it last time, 3 of you were, but there's maps and meetings and hearings, and I think a series of 3 to 5 meetings with various requirements to eventually approve maps, which may end up being the same maps, may end up being somewhat revised maps, but that'll be a process coming. Crystal already had it on her list, but since I attended the webinar, just I mentioned it to the rest of you that that'll be coming our way before the next election, and probably far enough before the next election. So anyway, that's what I've got.
Thank you. Yes, we had discussed that that's going to need to be coming up, but it's good to have it there on the horizon. Carrie.
Yeah, first, I guess a committee report. Shanice and I both attended the second SEL task force meeting. And once again, I was so impressed by the work of our staff. But I wanted to bring up one of the themes that came up, especially in our small group work, and it's the concern of our staff's mental health. You know, we talk a lot about our students' mental health, and we need to be concerned about our students' mental health, but our staff has been under enormous strain this past year. And anyway, that just came out loud and clear. So I wanted to share that huge concern with the entire board and district leadership. The second thing I wanted to bring up, I thought of this, Crystal, as you're going through the budget, and that's our oversight of charter schools. Even though we're so busy and we're so buried, I think as a board, we need to have proper oversight. And as I think about it, the last time we had presentations from our charters, I think it's going on 2 years. I could be wrong. And I'm wondering if we could do it in a way that doesn't involve a lot of staff time. But we should hear from our charter schools. We should hear from especially the new charter school, KIPP. I'm also curious about ODA, Oxford Day Academy. We don't charter it, but because it's located in East Palo Alto, I think we need an update. And so, you know, maybe hearing from, you know, having Nancy McGee give us a report on ODA and having KIPP, you know, it could be a written report. And so that, I don't think that would take any staff time, but it's very important that we have oversight of our charter schools annually.
And I would say Summit and Everest as well.
Yeah, it's all of them.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
I had a question about, I know we are just explain to me, this is newbie stuff. I know that we've been assigned to committees, correct? And do we report out at some level so that we can hear about what each other's committees are doing? So is that part of this process? I know we've been kind of buried in, you know, reopening and some typical business stuff, but I'm just wondering about the cadence of that.
Well, certainly the title includes committee reports.
I know, but like, no one has, well, I haven't been on one committee and Carrie just gave the report, but like, I know other people are on committees. So is there a are we going to start formalizing as we get back to typical cadence? Are we going to start doing that? And if so, I need to prepare myself for those kinds of things.
Yes, we should be able to report out about what we do in the committee work.
Like next month, the month after that, like when do we?
This agenda item, each meeting at this agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all committing that we'll start next month, or next.
This agenda item itself, if you look at the agenda, includes.
It's been on there, but we haven't really done.
Well, we don't usually do it like every time, or we try not to be too long in these comments. But if there's something that needs to be shared, and you know, if it's something really important, like when we go to the CSBA conferences, sometimes we've written things up. Alan Sarver has been better about that than the rest of us. So I think it's more like when we feel there's something that needs to be shared, or again, sharing documents sometimes from our various committees that, you know, we can do that.
Just trying to figure out the process because we haven't been doing that. So
yeah.
I just need to have we just randomly do it? Are we expected to do it? Like, what is the process so that I can be prepared to do that?
We are expected to do it. We haven't been great at following through on it. And I think this reminder is helpful to the board.
Okay. All right. And do we write something up or do we just speak?
I think if we have written materials to share, that should be fine, but speaking should be fine as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have two quick things. One is that I'm looking forward to our Belmont Redwood Shores 2x2 with Crystal and Carrie tomorrow afternoon, which I tried to move a month ago because I looked at my calendar sideways then. And now it's really true. And then the other is that we have one attendee hand up, which I would like to check on to see if that is a recommendation for an agenda item, or a request for an agenda item. And if it's not, then please put the hand down because that's the last thing. But if it is, I'd like to hear from Abigail.
So Ellen, I do have a conflict tomorrow that just came up for that meeting, but go ahead and attend without me. I'm sorry, I can't attend.
Okay, thank you.
This is Abigail. I'm a teacher at MA. Yes, I am hoping to request to add something to the agenda. I appreciate everything I've heard board members, trustees say so far to be added to the agenda. I echo those. And again, I'm curious. I'm hoping we can look into our parent outreach methods. Now we have 2 surveys from the past 2 board meetings I've been present to, where we're acknowledging, yes, we have a lot of community members who are responding, and we have a lot of community members who aren't. So I hear you naming that we have had more response than ever, and I just want to emphasize it does not feel like enough. And I hope our board is committed to hearing from more of the community. Just as I heard you mention, President Sarver, we don't have the experience of very often hearing from our Spanish speaking members at board meetings, community members. And so I'd ask us to add to the agenda, how can we get more? How are we reaching out to parents in a district level, not site by site? So for the summer, for fall, moving forward.
Okay. I don't know offhand whether that needs to be a separate agendized item. I think it is, an action item and an effort that we've been carrying around as we have talked about. The efforts on the recent 2 surveys have been far more extensive and intensive and effective than in the past. And that is something that we continue working on all the time. I would welcome other board members and staff to give some feedback about whether an agenda item to pursue that would be the right approach to become more effective at it, or whether the operational efforts that we are making and plan to continue to make already have that pretty deeply embedded.
Yeah. Alan, I would think that we would want to talk about that because I do think Bonnie and her team and the sites have done a lot to do engagement. But I know many, many years ago, there used to be an engagement role, like a family engagement role at the district level that did a lot more coordination when Dorothy was here. And so I do think it would be interesting to have a conversation of what engagement looks like, because I do think sometimes at the district level, some people do engagement because it's required of something else that they have to do. But what does it authentically look like to engage community? Because I do think part of the issue of how people respond is because we engage when we need to, which is the LCAP, the DLAC, but how do we really authentically say, you're welcome, your voice is here? And what does that look like? I know at MA, we're having a discussion about this in a couple of weeks where we're talking about engagement and what does that look like for parent leadership, not just filling out the survey, but how does it look like to have you involved in the life of the school in ways that make sense for a high schooler, of course. And I don't know if we've had that discussion and had expectations for all sites and what that looks like, even though I trust that people are doing what they need to do. but like, is there any uniformity? Is there any expectations? Is there any goals around responsiveness? Like those kinds of things.
Other board members weigh in on that?
Yes, I think that is something we need to talk about. Just the fact that we don't have a lot of Spanish speakers that rarely attend our board meetings. And it does seem that certain parts of our community respond more than others. So I think it would be good to look at it.
Okay, well, that's two.
Can I respond to that? It's not also about ethnicity and language. We've heard a lot from our special needs community that they haven't felt heard, right? And so it's not all just ethnicity and language and zip code, but it's also these populations that we don't get to hear from because they're so small that sometimes maybe they don't feel like their voice is being heard or is being heard in a way that makes sense for them. And so I just want to make sure this is not just about ethnicity and language, but there's also other populations out there. Thank you.
Okay. Interim Superintendent Leach, would you like to weigh in on your sense of what kind of staff time it would take to include that? And is it onerous to put on the agenda sometime soon or sometime?
I mean, I think it's always important to look at systems. And I think, I've been here at Sequoia for 1.5 years now, and it feels like so much longer than that. But, we have a lot of centralized systems here, and then we have a lot of decentralized systems here. And it's really a larger conversation, right? Study session worthy. To really identify how we can increase that, between now and June 30th. No, I mean, we are down a position, and we are gearing up to reopen, plan for fall under all this ever-changing regulation, as well as budget and LCAP, and those are full LCAP, and so forth. So it would definitely be a little bit more to handle. It is on everyone's radar, and I don't necessarily think that when we start really focusing in on how we can improve it and we treat it right, like we treat anything with a plan and outcomes and objectives and measurements, I definitely think that we can get there. But it would be a large undertaking to make it meaningful, because it would also include the site principals to have that conversation about the way that engagement looks at their sites. And it's a very large conversation.
All right, so I would suggest that we add it to the list we're maintaining.
Okay.
And look for the opportunity down the road, recognizing the vast balance of priorities to resources at the moment.
Will do.
Okay, with that, we have slightly missed our 10 o'clock cutoff for extending or not extending the meeting.
But it's better than past meetings.
Yes, it is. Well,
we're making progress.
I want to confirm that Laura, in her due diligence, reminded me before 10 o'clock that we needed to extend the meeting. And in my chutzpah, I responded to her, I think we can get this thing wrapped up. Wrong again. But I believe we are wrapped up now, and I'd welcome a motion to adjourn to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, with that, we will see everybody who wants in closed session. Thank you all.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.